And we did definitely see it here in this third game.
I'm sorry, but sometimes this message, it's just a hero that it's very dependent on the strategy and the draft as well. Sometimes it works out amazingly. Sometimes you can be 10-0 after the laning stage and still lose the game, if your team isn't playing with you, if you don't have the means and the ways of dealing. By the way, let's stop talking about that. This game was also really damn good.
This is literally the fight I had in mind when I was thinking about JT Magnus.
Yeah.
This one exactly. Like his positioning, his patience with the RP as well, waiting until two heroes are caught with the stun from Alchemist, and then how they isolate the Medusa as well. I remember at the major, 9 Pandas, who were I think the best team at dealing with the Medusa overall, made it sound so simple. Just like ignore her, deal with the rest of the team, and then kill her at the very end. Most teams don't figure out an easy way to do that, but throughout this game, Extreme Gaming definitely found the answer. And honestly, Liz, after seeing this, I thought that they'd cracked the code, that they found a genuine answer against Team Asta, but what they didn't do, they didn't respect ban the Storm Spirit of Sumail. They didn't show the necessary respect, and they ended up paying the price.
Yeah, like 19-1, I believe, in the second game, and 18-1 in the third game on Storm. And who were we interviewing? Mad. And Mad was like, yeah, show some respect.
Yeah. You have to show the appropriate respect towards the king himself. Sumail really popped off throughout the series. Had they been able to ban out the Storm Spirit, maybe we could have found some better answers, but unfortunately, Extreme Gaming could not do it. They ended up losing, but they made the series very competitive, or seemingly competitive at the beginning, became less so throughout the duration of the series. And with that win, they secured themselves a trip to the Bali Major in tandem with PSG LGD, both of them sitting on 5 wins right now. Extreme Gaming, IG, Azure Ray, all of them sitting on 3 and 2. A lot can still happen. But from the gameplay that we saw out of Extreme Gaming and Azure Ray in particular on this day, I think there's a lot of hope to expect that not only can they qualify for the major, but they can do decently once they arrive in Bali.
I think that's a very fair assessment of the situation, because most of these teams are looking much stronger than in the other tours, in Tour 1 and Tour 2. And I feel like because there's 4 teams that are really good, or maybe even 5, the scrims have became like they are just higher quality in China, and because of that you're becoming stronger. You're scrimming better teams all the time. So I'm really looking forward to the next major and seeing these teams on it. I just hope they don't flop, because that's going to be very sad.
I really hope we don't see more Chinese flops. Unfortunately, we're not going to be just having major contenders in action throughout the course of this week. We also have contenders to be relegated from the region. Picky Killer, Asta Aries, Team Bright, all of them sitting in very precarious territory towards the bottom of the division. They need some wins. They need them soon, lest they find themselves really worrying about being relegated. Of course, today we end the day with Azure Ray versus Team Bright, one of the teams that's in contention for relegation versus a team in contention for a major. Very interesting matchup between those two, because Azure Ray can't afford to lose if they want to go to Bali. Team Bright can't afford to lose if they want to stay in the division. But we start the day, Liz, with Asta Aries versus Piggy Killer. And this one's also interesting because Asta Aries is 0-5. If they lose this, they're also really worried about relegation. However, they're kind of hoping on Piggy Killer that Asta Aries wins, because their work becomes harder if Piggy Killer wins. If Piggy Killer wins, guaranteed that Team Bright, no matter what they do, will be relegated from the division. So let's find out what's going to be ending up happening here with our game of Asta Aries versus Piggy Killer. Aries have a Radiant side. They've got themselves the second pick. Piggy Killer have the Timber Sword because they had first pick. What do you like? What do you don't like? What do you make of these openers so far, Liz?
Wait, I feel like if Piggy Killer wins, Asta Aries is also relegated, right? Like, there's no way. So if Piggy Killer wins, both Asta Aries and Team Bright are out.
Basically, yeah.
Right? They have no ways of coming back. So this is Piggy Killers. They are literally the Piggy Killers right now. And Asta Aries and Team Bright are little piggies. I was watching an anime last night, by the way. Snare, falling to sleep. I turned on, but old school one, Spirited Away. And Spirit Breaker is in the pool. And also, why am I talking about it is because there's 2 little piggies, or big piggies in that show as well. Anyways, talking about the drafts, shall we?
Yes, indeed. There's a Spirit Breaker. There's a Timbersaw, there's a Crystal Maiden and Enchantress on relative teams. So Aster Ares has some pretty strong lanes, very good early portion of the game. Piggy Killer, this mid-game, dude. There's one game we also saw where it had Timbersaw, Crystal Maiden, and Coddle as well, where the Timber had pretty much infinite chakra to do more nonsense throughout the game. It makes Enchantress feel not as strong as she'd like to be because Untouchable doesn't help you whatsoever. Spirit Breaker, decent enough, but you're never really charging Crystal Maiden by herself, so she can interrupt your charge with the Frostbite. Interesting game here or interesting opener for Piggy Killer. I kind of like it a bit more than Aster Ares'.
I'm not sure which way I'm leaning more. I feel like if you manage to answer this Timber, then perhaps Aster Ares also looks pretty damn good. I love Ench, I love Spirit Breaker, so it's really hard for me to see this opener as a bad one. Like Spirit Breaker also very flexible. It can be your offlane or position 4. So you can make that work. TK as well on Enchantress has been really nice. And what I like about Ench actually, it's if TK plays the way he usually does, and that's this carry Ench from that position 4, like he can actually deal with Timber. That's usually you don't think about that as a Timber player, right? Like you're like, whatever, it's a support Ench. Well, not really. You're Timber chaining around all the time. You're creating a lot of distance. You're going in and out. And every time you do that, that impetus hits you. It's like a ton of damage. And now a Venomancer as well. You asked me a few days ago, what's the difference between Chinese region and every other region? I think that it's this guy. Like Venomancer in Europe is first phase ban or pick. And here it's kind of, I never saw it banned. Like I literally never saw Veno banned. I don't think I've seen him picked more than once, if even once.
He was picked only the once by Tianming on the side of Azure Ray. So this is indeed his only second game within the region. And yeah, you're definitely right. He just skates by for the most part here. Not really addressed whatsoever. And that's interesting because of the rise of a lot of these more melee-oriented carries. Just different ways you can put this hero in the game, whether it be 5, whether it be offlane. I kind of like it more as a support nowadays, but it's just such a pesky little hero.
Yeah, it's very annoying. Like he builds that Pavis, position 5, and he's strong in the lane. If you're playing versus Timber, you can do what? Like a Venomancer Ursa, and Timber is a sad, sad boy. It's like Gale forever. Overall, I'm not sure. Like Ursa, not the most popular hero at the moment, so maybe we will not see that. I see a lot of teams opting to go for Morphling instead. But I wouldn't mind seeing some good old Ursa on their side. What else is there? There's like a TB that's crazy good at the moment. You can pick it into the Veno as well. With the reflection, it's annoying. For Piggy Killer, that is.
I like TB for them. They already have 2 universal heroes, so they have a ton of damage. They can save the TB for the last pick. They go for SD right now.
As the Purge, right?
Yeah, the Purge is super good. Another way to interrupt the Spirit Breaker as well, provided you're in range of him. A way of saving heroes. And I'm looking at Aster Ares, like a lot of their damage, Venomancer deals like this big AoE damage, at least before the Ember Spirit came out. They didn't have these, outside of like impetus shots hitting you, these big instances of huge damage. So SD could have been massive value, but Ember does help a little bit in that regard.
Yeah, but it gives you another target to purge, right? Like another target to use your ult on, which isn't that great, I guess. But still, it looks solid. Like for Aster Ares, what I really like about their draft, they ban out the TB. I think TB is an insta ban after Shadow Demon pick. In any case, what I really like about Aster Ares is they're so damn quick. Both of these teams, actually, these 2 drafts, they're like, yeah, boys, this is do or die, and we're gonna go out all guns blazing. You know, just let's just go and have some crazy game. This is the way it looks to me, at least. Like 4 heroes that really want to fight 24/7.
Yeah, that's all we like to see. We don't want to have these uber high cooldowns. We want to have maximum combat potential, constant clashes, like, everybody just making magic happen on the map.
Yeah, look at Piggy Killer. What's their cooldown? Like, there isn't any. I mean, supports, but who cares? On Aster Ares, what's your cooldown? Like, nothing, literally. Like, you can be fighting 24/7.
Ooh, speaking of Asta Ares, it's Ulu, bro. I know you're mentioning Piggy Killer could potentially go for the bear, but wouldn't Ursa be quite decent for them? For Asta Ares? That or like Ursa, Slog / Anti-Mage, one of those profile of hero that just like doesn't have a cooldown either, just constantly fights and can do well in the lane versus Timber.
Yeah, we mentioned the Ursa earlier, right? Like the Veno and Ursa lane. I think that's pretty good. Is there something else for them that's just as good? I don't know. We'll see. They ban out the Morphling. It does make me think that they want to go for that Ursa. Maybe Piggy Killer can snatch it. Maybe not. Maybe Piggy Killer has something in mind with Shadow Demon that's different. Some Luna SD, let's go. Never mind, PL.
I guess it was rough to go for the Ursa when there's already Venom Monster on the enemy team. Less it gets laned against you and you just hate life. PL... I suppose this feeds into what we were saying earlier, right? The fact that Asta Ares, outside of Ember, don't have massive instances of burst damage. So once you get to Heart, your sustain in these fights is really, really good. Enchantress going to have a hard time keeping a constant beat on you. You can evade the Spirit Breaker. Venom Monster will do the damage, but you should have enough sustain to live through that eventually in the game.
Yeah, I think it's a good pickup. Now, does Asta Ares have a way of dealing with this? Like old school troll?
Ooh, I like that.
I mean, versus Shadow Demon, it's kind of rough, I guess, but overall, it's playable. A good laner as well with Veno. Like Timbersaw is, he's strong, but versus Veno and Troll, a lot of damage. Anything else that's very broken, but I'm missing at the moment.
How about Muerta? Silencer is pretty good against, like AoE silence, but Timber and PL can be pretty decent.
Yeah.
Big burst damage against both of them can be quite nice as well.
Okay, it's an option. Yeah, you have a lot of frontline as well. Like that's something that maybe Asta Ares are, and they're not lacking it. You have the Spirit Breaker, but I feel like for Asta Ares, the Spirit Breaker really has to have a good game. Oh, what? Oh, what? 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 Okay. Oh,
disgusting. All right. I'm going to give you this one, fam. You do the hard job here. I don't even want to talk about this hero. Tell me, why, of all the heroes in the game, Lizard, of every one of them, right?
Yeah.
You can only ban 7 heroes in a single game on your team. The enemy team can only ban 7. You can only pick 4. They pick 4 up until this point, or pick 5 rather. There's at least 90 heroes left. Why Juggernaut? Why in this situation?
I don't know. Ulu wants to have another L at the end of his nickname, but I'm not sure. I think it's like there were some builds on Jug that dealt decently, like the magic builds that dealt decently with the PL and the Timber. Maybe that's an option, something like that, with the Radiance, but then you're playing into Shadow Demon, so he's just going to use you as even a bigger source of damage, so that's probably not happening. I'm not sure, like maybe there's something, maybe there are some games that I haven't seen played by Jug that work well. Like he has his spin to win together with Venomancer in the lane, which is strong, right? Like you have a lot of magic damage plus the slow from the Veno, but I don't know. It's like not a hero at the moment, at least from what I've seen. But it's always fun to see new stuff happen. I'm literally going through all the regions now, searching for Jug, and yeah, I found some. I found some in Eastern Europe. Like
okay,
Jug,
how did they go?
Actually, Jug has been played in Eastern Europe 10 times. His win rate is 80%.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So Team Spirit actually played it 4 times. So whatever we're doing, we're saying, we might be completely wrong. Yeah.
Well, if Poshka picks it, Silence backs him, and Yotoro is playing it, there must be some value to the hero. So we're going to find out in this game. As it's going to be a small skirmish here towards the mid lane. TK going to unfortunately find himself giving up the first blood. certainly not going to help the Juggernaut's cause, but as he goes down, going to be no bonus gold given that the tower actually got the last hit. So that's actually okay. It's not the worst situation in the world. It sucks. Give away some gold, but it's not bonus first blood gold. It's not the worst situation.
Okay, they played it in a similar situation with Spirit Breaker as well. Yatoro went for just a normal, like Battle Fury, SNY, Butterfly, Aghanim Scepter build. Like, I mean, he's basically 9-slotted in this game, so kind of hard to see exactly what he was aiming for. But it looks like Battle Fury first, and then like Butterfly, SNY, that's it.
Okay.
The classic.
We shall see what our first Juggernaut of the Chinese DPC delivers us. Maybe following in the footsteps of Yatoro as we get into game number 1. Down bottom, they start with the tri-lane and they're going on to Frisk to start off this game. The Shadow Demon definitely going to end up dead here. Gets denied by Ava. What a player.
Yeah, but how do you play this dual lane? Like Timber and Shadow Demon, there is no way they can lane against this. Oh, Blood Grenade misses actually. He still should die most likely, and Crystal Maiden is forced to rotate in. Yeah, he can maybe trim a chain. Oh, TK, where was the impetus?
If the impetus had actually gone off before the Timber Chain, he would have died. But
yeah, but this is maybe even better. Keep him down and low. You know, he can't approach the lane.
I see.
Yeah, Ulu, he didn't really manage to control the lane super well, so it's going to go forwards a little bit, but it's still good. Oh, try. This is not the lane you want to be tri-laning as Piggy Killer. Like 100%. Spirit Breaker gonna have some fun time versus PL. This bottom lane, you will just not find anything as Shadow Demon and Crystal Maiden. It doesn't feel... Yeah. At least not on level 1 and 2. Maybe a little bit later you become stronger.
As you're saying, in the top lane, we see that Fly gonna have a very difficult time contending with the Spirit Breaker. I mean, that being said, for the most part, he should be able to get his own farm as well, I think.
Yeah. He'll find farm. He won't... but Spirit Breaker will too. Like, you won't be zoned out by PL, that's all.
One bottom. They're going to maybe go on to TK here. They're going with the spell combo from Mercy, but they don't have the range on Frisk to come closer, so TK should be fine. Yeah. So who's actually going to be more favored in the situation here? Yes, we know that the top lane is going to be very good for the Spirit Breaker, but overall, who's going to find more kills down on this bottom side of the map?
I really think it's better for Ares here. Like, I know that Piggy Killer are considered a better team at the moment, and we'll see if they can outplay them. But, like, if you ask me which tri-lane I'd rather play, it would 100% be the Radiant one. Not only can you... like involve your carry in every fight, you can set things up for him with a nice Gale, he can spin over it, and you can always just let TK go to the jungle and get some creep and join you, or just go to the jungle and farm, you know, doesn't even have to come back. So yeah, overall I really think Radiant is gaining an advantage here.
You're also getting a significant CS advantage. Only 7 CS for SRF. They're going to try to go into TK to sort of ameliorate the lack of CS, but that means you're going to get spanned on right now. Frisk will buy time with the disruption, so the Timber Chain should be able to save him once that comes back off.
I mean, things like that can always happen, right? Like, if you're out of position, if you get caught as Zench, you're going to get blown up, but... yeah.
Still, Ulu happy. I mean, Ulu has 22 and 10 CS. Even though they got the kill right now on the Timber Soul, he still has significantly more net worth overall on Ulu. So I think he's okay with this. Like you say, they're doing fine. And now if they're fighting middle, they're going to get a quick up on TK. All right, never mind. The advantage now is not feeling so good. TK is going to have to walk back to the lane, making it a 2-for-3 instead of a tri-lane down bottom.
Yeah, I'm not sure. TK, the last inch that I watched him play, he was carrying. This time he's carrying but the enemy team. At the moment, I mean, I'm just kidding. Anyone can have a bad start, right? Like, it just happens. It's Dota. I wish him speedy recovery.
You're making it sound like he's in hospital. In support hospital. Need to send him some Christmas cards. Some recovery cards, yeah.
Support emergency. Send our love to TK. Send our energy in chat, guys.
Speaking of support jail, Mercy has escaped the prison that was the tri-lane. Can finally start gaining some experience up on top. He's going to be supporting up here. Massive stack here, my God.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, look at Frisk, like, doing that Shadow Demon thing. I mean, you can stack that with almost any support right now. But anyways, Shadow Demon has always been the stacking support, you know? Like, if you want to test your skills as a stacker, test them with Shadow Demon, maybe with Kotl.
Let's think. Who's actually really good? Shadow Demon, Kotl, Phoenix is also pretty good for these stacks as well.
Yeah. But Shadow Demon has no cooldown, I guess, so. But still, Phoenix is also really good. Man, I just had such a throwback. I got into the memories of Dota. I remembered as AUY was playing Kotl and stacking on the old map, pre-7-0 map. Stacking on the dire jungle and getting that minute 11 agonims. Good times.
Good times. I miss AUI as a player, honestly.
I mean, we get a lot from him as a coach as well, so.
Indeed we do. Right now, Ares gonna end up getting a lot from Mercy's life as they end up losing out from Red Panda getting taken out by XM. So position 5 is getting traded on the map. Mid laners taking them both. Both of them over a rune contest. So literally the exact same thing happening. Very fun to see.
Yeah, you want to be controlling these 6-minute runes really badly. And they both of them TPing back mid, refilling the bottle. Like literally the same thing happening. They've been mirrored.
Very fun to see teams like operating on the same wavelength, doing similar things across the map. Still a very close affair, despite the fact that Piggy Killer does have more kills at the moment. But distribution of farm has been fairly kind to Aster Ares. Mid lane, XM, very, very low, but relying on the Resonant Pulse to keep him alive right now. And Mercy almost found the Frostbite onto XWI, but he's deep into level 6, so immune to these sort of ganks at this point.
Yeah, if you're XM, I feel like you should be sort of safe in this game until Spirit Breaker comes online and starts charging you. Like, until that happens, you should be pretty safe on mid lane. There's only Ember's chains to catch you, and he hasn't really skilled them, so no stuns. You should not be dying.
Top lane, they're actually going to try go on to Fly. They thought about the Nether Strike from Shang-Chi, but Fly did get off the doppelganger, should be fine.
Yeah, this Vanguard feels just so damn good if you're a Spirit Breaker. Into the PL, I mean. Like, PL just hates playing into that damage mitigation.
So between the Crimson Guard that you could potentially buy on the Spirit Breaker and potentially Battle Fury / Mjolnir for the Juggernaut, and of course Ember just being Ember, who might buy Maelstrom as well. I suppose you actually do have a lot of answers for these PL illusions. Like, even as the Fly starts to scale throughout the game.
Yeah, you do. But I'm not sure if you want to be buying Crimson on Spirit Breaker. It's like really good versus PL, don't get me wrong, but maybe you would be slowing yourself down a bit too much. I'm not sure what the real way of playing it is. I'd still rather have like some Shadow Blade after phase boots.
The Shadow Blade has been very good. The Axe has been very good.
Red Panda.
Red Panda. Just doing Red Panda things. Just chilling.
It was really good, by the way. He was defending the tower and then he rotated out before XM managed to kill him. And now he's still
Not only
around.
that, he left behind Vision on the Twin Gate. So he can make sure that Ulu can make a rotation to the top side of the map very safely. And they could actually set up onto this PL. Fly is in danger. Fly, gotta watch yourself, my friend. Ulu looking for an opportunity to get in with the ultimate.
Wrong one.
Goes the wrong way. Oh, no. Beautiful plays by Fly. Oh, he even commits the GG slash. No, Ulu. Oh, no. Oh, no. At least they get the tower.
I think, yeah, that's a very sour prize for everything that happened, because the mental, emotional damage is very high. Timbersaw, by the way, is cleaning up those stacks. Easy for Ava. Well, not so easy. He's dropping down low, but still, he's farming. Oh, be careful.
He's okay. I was about to say he's fine, but then I clicked on him and I see he only has 1 point of reactive armor. So
can he?
So it's kind of scary, but he should be able to do it. Yeah, he should be able to do it. With Crystal Maiden here, Shield Nova to get the Lost Dragon very low, and then they should be able to clear it off. It'll be fine. There we go. He's got this.
Yeah. Suddenly level 8 versus level 7 Jug. The ancient stack was really big. It's nice that they found a way to like bring Timber back into the game. He's on top of the net worth right now after that stack. Like pretty huge. And he's building Yules, by the way. This is your basic answer to the Spirit Breaker. Also good versus Omni Slash, good versus Vano, but gives you some extra catch too.
Yep. We also saw this the other day against an Ember Spirit with a Void Spirit in the game. I think it was Magnus and the Dark Ruler that built it. It was super good. Just set up for the Aether Remnant. And speaking of Ember, has to deal with Ava charging onto him right now, but able to get back with the Remnant. As the game is paused, Yule's not far away from the Timber, but with the Timber's presence here, no way you can push in this tower. You can absorb all this pressure pretty much by his lonesome.
Yeah, I don't think you're taking this guy down that easily. There are no vessel builders, maybe a Venomancer. We'll see. Red Panda could do it, but I don't think it's even that valuable. Because the only hero you really want to throw it on is Timber, and they'll get some dispel for it. So he's gonna have Yules too eventually. So maybe not the best. Let's see what's. Okay, so we will see a Shadow Blade on Spirit Breaker, but he might die first. Or maybe
unfortunately, Aether Remnant can't hold him in position long enough, and they can't catch up there with the Crystal Maiden. Thank God she does not have a Tumbler's Sway.
Well, he could have, but he has just a token.
Lizard, thank God there's no Tumbler's Sway.
There you go, he got faded, Roach.
That's acceptable, that's chilled. He actually might end up dead here, forced to TP out.
Charge.
TK was en route. Charge does end up going pretty much nowhere.
Okay, so some, like we were talking about how bloodthirsty both of these teams are. They can fight 24/7, or Psych, they can just chill and farm. Put the Timber up front and do nothing, because you can. However, Piggy Killer, they want to shut down a Spirit Breaker, maybe. At least one kill on him would come in handy.
Let's see if they can find him, though. Go down bottom, they find Shang-Chi. Demonic Purge will be there, and they should be able to find this kill. Aether Remnant dragging it back in position. Ava here to throw in the bonus damage with the Chakram, and that does secure the kill. Okay, nicely done.
I love how it was like 4 of them in the end that converged on top of the poor cow. They're having steak this morning. Anyways, how close is he to the Shadow Blade? Well, not really. He's gonna finish off the raid ban, maybe not. I feel like you don't have to. I feel like when you're playing Spirit Breaker, even Vanguard isn't sometimes super necessary. You can leave the ring and get the Shadow Blade if your lane is going really well. Like you can have just a Ring of Health. But damage mitigation obviously comes in handy throughout the game.
We have indeed seen a lot of these SPs just do that. Buy the one little item and chill from that perspective.
By the way,
speaking of one little item, Battle Fury is indeed being built up by the Juggernaut.
Yeah.
It's going to take a little bit of time before this arrives. So what do they do in the meantime to try and make sure they can protect him until he gets fight ready on the side of Ulu?
But they're not fight ready on their offlane, so that's a problem. Like maybe they can make some rotations with Ember, but overall they're just not fight ready on Spirit Breaker. Let's see. So mid lane, maybe they'll have a fight here.
They charge onto Mercy for this one, cancel out the freezing field, Nether Strike throws back the Crystal Maiden, and they should be able to find a freebie. XWI gets the kill. Okay, feels good. Ava, of course, not going to be threatened. Even more, less so now that he has a Shield Rune. Shield Rune Timbersaw. Good times.
Yeah. What else does he need? He needs some Ogre Magi shield and some good old
Lich Frost Shield.
Lich Frost Shield, yeah. Can they take him down though? Let's see. Let's go
They're gonna definitely attempt it. They go for TK rather, who's a much easier target. PK Killer get a freebie pretty much there. Ava is still very much alive as they jump on and killed Red Panda as well. Not too difficult for PK Killer to achieve this.
Yeah.
XWI and Shang-Chi were thinking about making an entrance, but the supports died way too quickly to make that feasible.
Yeah, they wanted to perhaps try because of this Maelstrom that has been completed on Ember, but he wasn't there close enough and fast enough to dish out the damage. And also, speaking of items, like TK, you can see on him, like, okay, now he queued up the Dragon Lance, so it's even more obvious, but he actually has power treads, and like he's doing the normal TK thing on Anch. It's gonna be the carry 4-4-0-0 build or 4-4-3 something. We'll see if he takes untouchable. I don't think it's necessary. I think you go 4-4 here. Anyways, he got this and he wanted to use it on Timber, but he was a little bit too eager. You know, like it's not time yet. It's a good build, but it's not time yet to kill the Timber. Like you need your front line. You need mess. You need to be ignored, and then you're actually taking him down.
TK still needs to cook before he's ready to dish out that major damage. Right now, his team is trying to put some pressure onto the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Mercy
Oh, nice
got
save.
caught in by the steering chains combo. Beautiful save by Fade. Frisk ensures that Mercy stays alive. However, he's being charged into right now by the Spirit Breaker, so it could still end up dead. And indeed, charge will connect and will finish him off. However, Spirit Breaker could be too deep in here. Nether Strike, though, pushes back Frisk. The XWI coming in with the damage from the Flame God, able to finish off Frisk. Unfortunately, TK is also a little bit too far forward, and he'll end up taking a tumble as well. However, they do save the life of Shang-Chi, who's able to TP back to the fountain. It's a 2-for-1 affair, 2 supports, 1 support. You get the tier 1 tower middle. It's all coming up Ares right now, Liz. I'd be happy to be them at the moment.
Yeah, it's a pretty good fight for them. Like you said, 2 kills, and they get the tower. Like they managed to finish off the supports very early on. Enchantress with the Spirit Breaker doing majority of the work there. Really nicely done, and it brings them closer and closer to the items that they need. That's the Shadow Amulet now in 5 gold completed for the Bara. Meanwhile, yeah, they're farming up very, very, very nicely. Piggy Killer is trying to respond though. They go mid as well. They have this PL Manta Diffusal. So 10k net worth. Where did this come out from?
Well, he's about to lose most of his net worth as he gets Omni Slash here by Ulu, and then his life is immediately forfeit. So he displayed the Manta Diffusal. Regrettably, Ulu displays Omni Slash Battle Fury, and it's more than enough to kill the PL off. The fight might not be over though, because they're still charging forward. Ava and Frisk thinking about coming on the high ground, but they'd much rather just retreat.
I love how he came to show off. You know, he's that kid with a new ball. And then the bullies that are 2 years older just take the ball and that's it. You know, he starts crying.
I remember, well, not exactly the same situation, but did you ever play Pokemon cards or like Pokemon Tazos when you were a kid?
Oh, dude, I have the same story. Yeah, tell me, please.
Where you show up with some new fresh card.
Yeah.
You've been saving up for weeks to buy this thing, and you play these Friday games where everyone just bets cards. You bet this one card, think you can win like 5 rares in return, and then you lose.
Oh
You're
no,
like,
I have a story that's not as wholesome. At least you were playing for cards. You were having fun. Me and my friend, we bought some cards. We were walking down the street, and some bullies just come up, like they kick the cards out of his hands and start laughing, like, "Oh my God, you're playing Pokemon, Pokemon, you stupid nerds." that's my story.
That is not wholesome at all.
Yeah,
Game is hard.
I wish we had these Friday tournaments, but Yeah. Also, I wish my mom didn't throw them all away. I'd be rich now, Mom.
Oh. Mom's throwing away Pokemon cards. Right now, Red Panda might be having his own life thrown away as he goes into the air. However, Shanxi's here, hopefully to bail him out. Ulu also showing up. 5 seconds until he has Omni Slash. Doesn't want to chase too deep though. Nor does Ava, so both teams back off. However, the fight could still continue. XWI closing in the gap. They go in with the charge with Shanxi. They find Mercy. They bounce it back with the Nether Strike. 2 heroes steering chained up. Ulu comes in with the right click. Finishes off the Crystal Maiden. It's now a 4-for-5 affair. They need to back off on Picky Killer. But at the same time, with PL being here, you know, it's a different story if he's the one defending his tower. Maybe going on him is not such a good idea. They might just let this fight go.
Yeah, they pressured them, they moved them all top. Now they can take over the map, continue farming. I think what Ares is doing is pretty damn solid so far. Like, they're finding their farm as well. This is going to be Aghanims on XYW. XWY. Spelling difficult. Jug is getting closer and closer to the Manta too. I think they're finding their things. I'm sure they're happy with a little bit more of a passive game too. Mid lane.
It's going to be an issue for XWI, but he should be fine. Gets himself away.
Good old.
A-okay, he's cool. But they might smoke up again here. They're gathering up from Picky Killer. They're not done with this fight. This is the thing we outlined in their draft list. They don't have many cooldowns, so they can go in for these engagements if the first one fails.
Yeah, and PL is pushing top, so it's a good pincer movement. Ulu, though, he's not easy to kill, even if you purge him. Let's see. He's got the spin.
Gonna make the attempt. They jump on him. Spin TP, though, and he is completely out. Doesn't even go back to base, dude. What a player. Goes back bottom to keep farming here. Because he has the healing ward. Gonna get the bonus mana, so he's fine.
Yeah, good thing no one was TPing bottom previously. But they might lose Tormentor. Like, look at this. Nice little snatch play. I believe that was the Wisdom Rune as well, right? Yeah, XM got it.
Yeah.
So a lot of value, by the way, coming Piggy Killer's way from this one rotation.
Tier 1, a Force Jug TP, Wisdom Rune, Tormentor. You know that they can't steal your Tormentor nor your Wisdom Rune. Yeah, lots of good stuff.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, they're going to try and recover by taking Roshan instead.
It's an interesting attempt. I believe it should be possible because they saw Tormentor got killed. By the way, don't mute anyone in the game. Well, if you're playing competitively. If you mute people and they get the shard, you won't see it. I learned that last night.
Might be the first time in Dota history that the advantage is to unmute people.
Actually, wait. Yeah, that's correct. And if you mute your teammates and they get the shard, you won't see that too.
Yeah. Another shard killed off, or at least a courier taken out. And now Ulu and the boys, they're trying to retreat here, but Ava comes across Red Panda, easily kills him off. Mercy even commits the freezing field for this.
Oh, he's caught!
And wait, what? They actually caught him?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, debuff immunity, not nearly as strong as 100% spell immunity. It ends up affecting Ulu in a massive way. He can't escape back to the base. Yule Scepter catches him, and they kill him off on Picky Killer.
No, Snares, that's not what happened. He tried to be cool again. He was TPing top. And I believe Ember TP'd top just before that.
Oh, it took too long.
It took too long, yeah.
Oh,
I think I'm not sure. Like it's because.
All right, we need a replay.
Yeah,
Production, help us out.
I'm pretty damn sure he was TPing after Ember. So yeah, unfortunate. The spin ends. He gets ulted. In any case, he gets killed off. Not a big deal.
No.
I mean, a big deal. Not a big deal. The reason why.
Oh, that gives them the tier 2 tower as well. Man, what a successful last few minutes for Picky Killer. Yes, they don't manage to claim the Aegis, but pretty much everything else has gone their way. Multiple Wisdom Runes, a Tormentor, a tier 1, a tier 2, a kill on Jug.
Yeah.
Man, this game is feeling a lot better than it was just a few minutes ago.
Some really nice items as well. Obviously, PL with the Aghanims, Shadow Demon also building towards that axe. And we get the replay. Let's see. Ember so we don't get to see it.
No, he was going to base. He was going to base. He was going to base.
No, he was going top.
No, he was going top. He was going top. You're right.
No. I knew he was going top for sure. I just wasn't certain. Mercy will die. Mercy. Oh. Almost.
Right now, as Mercy's busy dying off here in the real world, Ava was potentially being charged into, and yeah, he was going top. Ulu took too long to go top. The TP duration was too high, and he will end up dead. Frisk will end up dead as well to give up his own life to ensure they don't chase down Ava. Okay, so that's, well, to be fair, Liz, to be fair, he dies because of style points the one time. He lives and farms because of style points the other time. You live by the style, you die by the style, man. We can't expect anything different from Ulu.
Yeah, it's classic Ulu. I agree. But I'm not sure that he's as ready to fight as this PL is at the moment, by the way.
No, sir.
Like, you got Manta Battle Fury, it's cool. This PL has an item over you. Manta Diffusal and an Axe. Like,
and your favorite neutral item.
Yeah. Pretty much. He's literally an item ahead. In Medford as well, when you look at it.
It's quite a lot of pressure that he can apply on the map right now, and as soon as he's going to have his heart, even more difficult to bring down. Piggy Killer overall made a very nice recovery in this game. There was a massive glimmer of hope for Aster Ares, where they were playing on the front foot, but Piggy Killer made sure that the situation has recovered quite well for them.
Yeah, they recovered, but I would say the game is fairly competitive still. Like, you have a lot of nice things coming out for Aster Ares as well. It all comes down to execution, really, mid lane.
XWI will eat a couple Spirit Lancers, but should be A-okay for the most part.
Oh,
he did just have a BKB fly in for the Spirit Breaker, as well as a Dragon Lance with Hurricane Pike upgrade for the Enchantress. So there's a lot more damage and survivability newly available for Aster Ares if they want to pursue a fight.
Yeah, but this probability, 87% for Piggy Killer, it's 83%. Yeah, it's quite a lot. I wouldn't, like, looking at this game, I wouldn't say it's this high. I'm thinking this is way closer.
Lizard, you forget something. If it's 83% for Piggy Killer, that means it's 17% for Ares. And with 17% plus Barra, GG well played. They've already won the game.
That's it. The real 17%. Ava top lane charged. Let's see what the 17% guy can do.
The double 17% coming in. However, there's also a smoke from Piggy Killer emerging here, and they catch out XWI. He doesn't manage to escape quickly enough, so this Ember Spirit could easily end up dead. He gets down to the low ground, but his first life does get taken away. However, the Aegis does provide a blanket of security, enough at least that Piggy Killer no longer seeks to pursue him. He remnants away and does end up at least bailing Ares out of a bigger fight.
It looked like both teams were just satisfied with that. Aegis on one side, on the other side, they're like, yeah, we can't really catch him. We don't have enough. That's a problem for them, right? Like on side of Piggy Killer. They don't really have a lot of catch, but they can overwhelm you. Just constantly have this onslaught. XWY gets away once again.
These are the kind of games that make you stop wanting to play Ember Spirit, honestly. You just feel so under pressure everywhere.
I think
any single time a hero shows up, you just feel like, oh my god, I have to remnant away or I die.
Yeah, I think his biggest issue at the moment is probably the PL. He just throws one lance at you with this diffusal blade, and he's killing you off just like that. Fly, by the way, as well. He's got a full Heart of Tarask. Like yeah, this is a high ground push. Ench, Jug, you're needed. Ember
Let's see what they got to try and defend this. Everybody's going to be needed here because Piggy Killer are mounting a full court press and they've managed to bring down the tier 3 tower to half HP. Shang-Chi tried to be able to charge this away, but he's already lost half his health. Even with BKB, he will end up dead. No buyback available for the Spirit Breaker. And XWI, like you mentioned, eats one Spirit Lance and already has to retreat all the way back to the fountain. Easiest push of their lives for Piggy Killer as Fly just pressing Q all on itself is enough to zone back all of Aster Ares, but they know they can't allow this. They have to try something drastic here. They smoke up, but they can't approach. Fly, ready and willing to break the smoke. Ulu already having half his mana pool burnt away.
They literally
Can't find an angle for the... How do they get on top of this guy?
This is the saddest thing ever. Like, they literally cannot approach the fight. They're just being zoned out by Fly. Okay, I can see the 83% now, I guess.
God. These supports are almost dead just from Fly's illusions with the Spirit Lance. This is ridiculous.
They literally can't do anything about the illusions.
Oh boy.
Well, they'll have
they try
Breaker
here?
now at least.
They do indeed. They're going with the Nether Strike. This is going to be the Hail Mary attempt. Fly though gets off the Doppelganger and they turn onto Shanxi. Easily kill him off. That's a dead Spirit Breaker yet again without buyback. That's going to leave the mid lane of Rax equally as vulnerable as the top side.
I mean, what's
And
Hulu waiting
Killer.
for? What are they waiting for? They need to make a move here. It's going to be two sides. Like, okay, you can finish off, sell the Windlace, finish off the Butterfly, I guess, and now go. They GG.
Wow.
This is the saddest GG of my life.
I did not expect this. Okay.
Like, this is just sad, honestly. Like, they never even fought. They never even managed to fight. Oh my god, that's like demoralizing.
I think that's the definition of going out with a whimper rather than a bang. You know, I was expecting at least you'd be like, all right, boys, that last smoke, let's try something. We'll Nether Strike him. We'll go in with this GG slash.
Yeah, right.
Endless Spirits will go in with the Aghanims that he just picked up, and then they just don't do anything, Liz.
Yeah, it's even like the way they started the fight. It was Ember and Enchantress and Jug just not being in their base. They were still farming. You could see that Piggy Killers, they're gonna take your tier 2 and they continue pushing. But when you see that, you have to be already in your base to prevent them from breaching your tier 3, to prevent them from actually getting your tier 3 so low. But they weren't. Your Spirit Breaker dies, your two heroes are still not in the base. Ench and Jug are still not in the base. So you're literally playing 4 versus 5 this whole 40 seconds now afterwards. But sad world. They couldn't finish, they couldn't join the fight even. The Heart of Tarrasque was finished by PL. Too strong.
Just presses Q, doing his thing very freely on Fly. Regrettably, we did see that. Unfortunately, everybody just either too squishy or lacking damage or lacking any way to enter the fight. The Spirit Breaker tried his best, but ultimately just kept getting killed off. And Piggy Killer, there was some points in the game where it felt very even, but as the game extended, we just saw this massive win spike probability for them, and they make good on that promise, making this a very kill-light game. Only 19 kills over the course of this 30 minutes, but nonetheless, very successful affair for them.
Dude,
who do you want to give them MVP for?
I want to give the MVP just for the lols to Fly for having 0-1-2 and winning the game. It's just for the lols, nothing more. He's in there, he's throwing up his Q, he's QQQing them to death, literally. 0-1-2 carry, getting the MVP. I have witnessed everything now. That's it, let's go.
You know, actually, for me, that's the crazy part about him getting the score, right? Is the fact that outside of the Ember Spirits, he actually did do the most damage in this game. 20,000 damage dealt without killing a single hero somehow.
Yeah, just this last fight, I feel like he did 10k at least. This last prolongated high ground push. He was literally just throwing spears and that's his job. I mean, that's what PL with Aghanims tends to do. And it's such a bad way to lose a game, really. Like, it has happened to all of us that have been playing the game the last couple of years, ever since the Aghanims got reworked on PL. It's just very annoying. Like, especially once he gets the heart, because you don't have enough damage to do anything about those illusions. You don't have a Radiance builder, you didn't have a Crimson Guard, they're taking you down, you're dying, you're losing your mana. Like, poor Ember, even if he wants to fight, he can't, because the illusions are taking all his mana away.
Yeah. Illusions are taking away all his mana. Spirit Breaker can't charge in because he has to worry about the support duo. And as well, this XM Voice Spirit creating havoc for him. None of them have the damage output to kill off this PL. And in fact, the only time he died throughout this game was when he showed up when he wasn't needed, right? He showed up to this mid push where honestly they had the damage to take the tower without him. Ulu GG slashes him, they kill him off instantly. And that's pretty much the only time that he suffers anything resembling mortality. Everything else, very smooth sailing for Fly here on the side of Picky Killer. It's not done just yet though. Unfortunately, as the Aries have been here before, suffering a game 1 loss. So this is not going to be unfamiliar territory. It's not going to be them being like, oh my God, we don't know what to do here. Hopefully they can claw back a loss and do it like in Tour 2 where they started to get a lot better in the 3rd week of the season. We'll find out if they can make that happen after a very small break. So don't go anywhere. Picky Killer versus As the Aries will continue after a couple of minutes. So we'll see you soon for more Dota action. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese region's DPC as we continue to see the first games of this third and final week of the Division 1 tour. Piggy Killer versus Asta Aries. Piggy Killer pretty much just fighting to stay in the division at this point. Meanwhile, Asta Aries trying to fight to stay in the division totally. Because if they lose this series, it's lights out, game over. There's no more potential for them to remain in Div 1 going into 2024. So let's have a better draw from them. Let's allow more action. Let's have less juggernauts because that hero was terrible. Fortunately for them, they have Medusa here, Lizard. But unfortunately for them, Piggy Killer have a hero that you believe is ultimately super busted in the form of this Beastmaster.
Yeah, like Asta Aries, they go from that juggernaut that no one is playing into Medusa that's literally played by every single team. Okay, Jug isn't necessarily not played by anyone, but still, he's not your flavor of the patch. He's a carry that you pick when you don't have any other options. Medusa is something that you pick always, on off lane or on safe lane, even support if you don't have anything else to pick. But Piggy Killer, yeah, I do like the answer or their picks as well. Like the Beast seems extremely strong at the moment. Combo that roar up with some Mystic Flare so that you actually have great kill potential with your supports. Already, I like what they're doing.
10 seconds remaining.
Lots of instances of damage between these two heroes. Very strong laning potential. A kill duo. Some very good stuff. We also don't know what carrier they're going to match up this with. And obviously that gets better with the in a Beast aura. That being said, it is Medusa. And we haven't found many reliable answers. There are some that we've seen being deployed more often than others. Obviously, Anti-Mage is one of them. He's been banned out. My personal favorite, the Pangolier with Diffusal, has been banned out. But that leaves the Chinese-specific responses, which is Lion, Nyx Assassin, and Wind Ranger. Although those responses do seem to be limited to XG and Azure Ray respectively, they could still be deployed here by Piggy Killer to try and deal with the Dusa anyway.
Yeah, I have seen some teams go for stuff like Alchemist as well, you know, just get online as fast as she is and get a ton of those right clicks in. You can take her down. So maybe that's an option too. We'll see what they decide to go for. I think even with the Beastmaster, you're already happy with your chances against her. But something extra from that safe lane would be cool. And they answered it with Wind Ranger. I guess it's the most versatile one, right? Like hardest to punish maybe at the moment. But I do like the Shadow Demon response to both the Wind Ranger because of your ult and to the Beastmaster because of your Q and to the Skyrad because of your Q. So suddenly this Wombo combo that you have, Mystic Flare and Roar, isn't necessarily as scary. And you know what else this Shadow Demon does? He probably makes you think twice about picking TB. So it's like one Shadow Demon to rule them all kind of a thing. I really like the pick.
Phenomenal pick, honestly. And as they still get themselves the Void Spirits, stealing it away from XM. This is the hero he used to climb the leaderboard in China and remain atop it for like 7 or 8 months a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
This will be played by the mid lane right now. Yeah.
Let me just complain. First, I'll say one more extra positive thing about the Shadow Demon you're playing, obviously, with Medusa. Actually, 2 things. You're going to be stacking for her and you're going to be making illusions of Medusa. So that's good. However, you have 0 stuns. Like Asta Aries, without the disruption and Aether Remnant, like they have nothing. So versus BKBs, they're kind of useless at the moment. And teams usually tend to punish that when it's happening. And you can see Asta Aries maybe having to finish off their draft with something that compensates that on the offlane. And because
that makes me laugh. Yeah.
And because of that, Storm Spirit is picked up.
You know what's been making me laugh, Lizard? Every time I hear you, the chagrin in your voice, right? Your brain is refusing to comprehend so many drafts just being picked without stuns. You're just like, what is this? What's going on here? It goes against everything we're supposed to know about Dota. But I'm telling you, this is the future, bro.
Yeah, I'm just not accustomed to the future yet. That's it. That's really just what it is. I'm just not here yet. The game is in 2033 and I'm in 2011 still.
Well, Piggy Killer, right now they're still in a very comfortable position. They have the Storm Spirit. This can reach the backlines. You mentioned that this Aster Ares drop might not be the greatest against BKBs. Storm Spirit, one of those heroes that doesn't mind buying BKB by any stretch of the imagination. So you feel good about that. Wind Ranger, we already know she can be the one to buy the Diffusal Blade if necessary. There's attack speed amp, there's magic damage. So all that's lacking now is some punch for the side of Piggy Killer. And for Aster Ares, what do you want to see from them for the offlane? Are you thinking maybe this Medusa might go into the offlane for them?
I don't think so. I think their supports are not suitable for some Medusa offlane. And they ban out the Arc, which is kind of a counter to her. So they're protecting the Medusa. It could be, by the way. It can still be offlane Medusa, and you pick some Naga versus the Beast or something, but it just feels very bad. I think they need some, look what Piggy Killer banned out. I feel like they need something fat, something up front, and something with catch. Underlords would be perfect. I'm not seeing way too many heroes that do the same trick. Maybe a Doom that's left in the pool. Maybe a Timber banned out. Doom banned out, of course, first phase. What am I even saying? What else is there? With some stuns. You know, whenever I say stuns, I think of Sand King, but Sand King Gomez is just not a thing.
Bro, I think after you lose game 1 with the Juggernauts, it's going to hurt too much to go pick Sand King.
This is the second thing that you think of, or the first, I would even say, when it comes to like big stuns, big boy up front, big watermelon. You get Ravage, and you get the Shard as well with the Impale, which is nice. You also get a hero that can put his booty in front of Beastmaster and defend, which is also pretty good. If you're Piggy Killer, so they take the Jug now, okay.
Oh my god. Alright.
I mean, it's not bad into, like, it's always been good versus Tide because of the spin, right? Like, you can actually kill him off in the lane, sort of. The problem is, he should be, wait, he can he anchor smash you now in the spin?
Yes, he can.
He can, right?
I was literally about to make that comment that the lane feels different now.
Yeah. He can anchor smash you and you don't have any slows. Like, that's the problem. Usually you want something to keep him in position so that you can spin him down. But okay, if you have a good start, you get more movement speed from him. You can still do it. So the lane should be okay-ish. I don't think the Omni Slash is that great as well into Shadow Demon, just for the same reasons. He can save a target that you go on. But there is this aspect of the game in which Piggy Killer excel at, and that's like you get this Beastmaster with a ton of pushing power, and then you get healing ward behind that. So it can be really scary for Aster Ares again around the same time to defend. But if they get this Medusa big, I think this Medusa wins. Frisk, can he emulate FY with the Diffusal? I'm not sure.
I'm a bit more skeptical about his prospects of doing so in this game relative to the game we saw FY do it in very large measure, honestly, because of less than zero faith that I have in the Juggernaut. So we will see if it's going to be a good game for Fly, though, if he can transition this into a win for his team, or if it's going to be Aster Ares finally getting themselves a win. Just one game on the board going into Game 3. So far, no team in the division has completely 0 wins or 0 losses outside of Aster Ares and Team Bright having 0 wins. Team Aster took their first loss the other day, so let's witness what happens here in Game 2. Hopefully, Aster Ares... Actually, no, Team Bright did win, right? They beat... wasn't it IG that they beat in that one random game?
I think they did take a win.
Yeah, they did. It was IG. Yeah, so it's only Aster Ares that hasn't taken a win just yet.
Yeah, and it looks like this is the draft to do it with. Like, it looks pretty damn good. The meta is on... The gods of meta, the winds of meta are on their side. Yeah, let's see.
I really want to see exactly what Fly is going to do here, though, in terms of the Juggernaut build. What's the response to the Medusa?
You could go for some Diffusal that we've seen in the past. But if you go for that Diffusal, and you don't get farm, it can get really damn rough. But there was that old school diffusal Manta or diffusal with Maelstrom build, you know, like diffusal SNY. It's possible.
The battle begins.
Not a big fan of it, but it's possible. You can also
Those
just go
were
for Battle
awful
Fury, by
days.
the way. Yeah, you can also just go for Battle Fury once again. Keep up the farm. The problem is, like, if you go Battle Fury on Jaga, I feel like Medusa 25-minute mark, she's ending the game, and you have Battle Fury Manta and maybe half an Axe or something like that. Maybe a Butterfly.
We'll see what Fly does end up opting to go for. For now, he has to worry about surviving a potential gank, as Red Panda has not gone bottom just yet. They're going to try set up for a kill here with this tri-lane Frisk. Will he be able to do anything from top? Nope, he's not going to take the twin gate. Just going to stay to the top lane. And they'll rely on Fly spinning himself to safety. And they'll leave it as a 2v3, which turned into a 2v2. No tri-lane shenanigans this time around.
Yeah, I don't think this is a winning tri-lane. If you're playing it, I don't think you're winning. You might kill off Mercy once or twice, but Fly will usually just spin away, so it won't be that useful for you to stay and share all the experience.
Fly doing his thing against Shang-Chi, the Tidehunter hero. We haven't seen as much of him throughout the Chinese DPC. And there were some eras in bygone times where this would be the hero that, even if other offlaners around the world aren't picking him, it's being picked in China. That's only our first game that we have on the Watermelon. What do we anticipate from him? Are we getting a Blink Watermelon, or are we going to get some Aura build coming out of Shang-Chi here?
So far, nothing has been queued up by him of significance. All small items. I think Blink would be solid. Something to initiate with. Also, you can just queue up that Axe, I guess, you know. Just play around the Gush.
They're going to try and maybe get themselves a kill here onto Mercy as they set up with the disruption. However, Fly is here with the spin. Will not deter them, however. And TK does get himself the first blood.
Yeah, there was a chance for Mercy to use Fairy Fire and toss the Blood Grenade on them. And maybe then Fly can go on the Shadow Demon or the Tide, but decides not to. Decides that it's very unlikely that they get the kill, so... Not sure, I think that maybe that was an opportunity, but okay.
I'm grateful to you.
It's also nice
Speaking
to
of
go
the
base,
Tidehunter-
get the items, yeah.
That sucks, dude. Playing Tidehunter to Scarlet Mage. This is such a miserable time. Like, your Kraken Shell feels like it does nothing against this SWM. You just get spammed and spammed and spammed. It does feel good nowadays to have Ring of Health and stuff, but still doesn't feel as good as it normally would against a lot of other supports.
Really, like, I always thought that the biggest deal with the Sky is the silence, and you can get that off, so... You get that Kraken Shell. You get the strong Dispel, it feels good. But... You know, Snare, we all live in different worlds in Dota. It's one player can hate something, the other can absolutely love it.
What you mean to say is we live on different ends of the MMR bracket.
No, I wouldn't say that. Like, I actually, like, I love joking with you when you're wrong, you know, or but I'm also wrong very often, so it doesn't really matter. It's like, you can have different ideas on the same MMR even. No.
That is true.
Like pro
That is
players can have conflicting ideas about the way that heroes should be played. It's just like personal preference in the end.
Mid lane. Speaking of preference, we have 3 heroes middle. I don't think that they would be preferring this for XM to have 3 heroes to contend with, and he's not going to survive this particular onslaught. At the same time, though, nor will XWYs. He also takes a tumble. So Void Spirit dead, Storm Spirit dead. However, Void Spirit does get the experience gain out of the situation.
Yeah, like you'd say they wouldn't prefer it, but if 1 second earlier the Void Spirit dies, it's a disaster for Ares. Yeah, the experience was gained. It was split in 3, but still, it was gained. Mid lane Skyrat is TPing together with Frisk being there. Can
How
they
does this happen every
do this?
game nowadays where we have like 2 or 3 heroes just mid all the time?
Yeah, I feel like most of these offlaners can be left alone right now, so you want to do that, stack up for them a little bit. Some carries can be left as well, and it's basically if one support leaves and goes mid, you have to go mid as well, right? That's all. The other support just has to go mid and help.
Speaking of supports, the 2 of them for the side of Piggy Killer are stacking up in the top side of the map, trying to aggress into Ulu. And he stepped up a little bit here. Frisk does have the shackle shot, will get him towards the tree, and they easily pierce
Mid lane.
through his mana and kill him off. In the mid lane though, XWI misses the Aether Remnant, so XM won't get caught out here. Will be able to escape away from the attempted
Dyer's
assassination here from Aster Ares.
Yeah. I guess if they hit the Remnant, they'd have a chance of killing him. It would still be rough. Like, he has raindrops, 8 charges on the magic wand. It wouldn't be that easy. But TK, he wants to go again. Round 2. Or just the ward.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, or just
Okay.
the ward. Yeah, that's also a thing he could do. XM is actually 6 now, so...
Speaking of XM, look at the CS and the net worth difference. He actually ended up crushing in this mid lane against XWI.
Oh, that's actually interesting. Like, Storm Spirit versus melee hero obviously does do well, but I tend to see Void Spirits be like way more even in this matchup right now.
Let's see what he can accomplish here as he's trying to link up with Frisk to potentially kill off Ulu. After what happened last time, though, this Medusa playing a lot more carefully to her tier 1 tower.
Yeah, can I was praising the Shadow Demon pick for quite many things, right? But mid lane, Mercy should be just dead here. Yeah, XWY gets a free one. So, one problem that this man has, XWY, is you don't see it right now because he's getting kills on his own. Who does he play with in the mid game? Like, you have Shadow Demon and Silencer. Like, it just feels, I don't know, bottom lane?
No, I get what you mean. It's not like some combo they have with Skywrath Mage, for example. What we're seeing in the bottom lane. Not going to have enough damage just yet. However, with Frisk showing up, they get in the shackle shot. That should enable them to kill off
Maybe
Shanxi.
more?
And maybe even more, but they barely get out with TK. But yeah, they don't have like a Wind Ranger, a Skywrath Mage, a Techies, any of these kind of heroes that have massive damage. Not even a Morana. So
Yeah, it's like-
XWI kind of has to pop off.
Yeah, it's like you don't have these heroes and your offlaner is severely limited because of his cooldowns, right? So there's always ways of playing around that. And usually it involves just bringing the forces and making this avalanche, you know, like you're not, you can see it, it's coming towards you, but you can't really do much about it. Oh, nice shackle.
Very nice shackle. What's it going to set up for, though? To get a nice zip in from XM.
Ava is here.
There will be a salvation from TK to keep himself alive. Ava shows up as well. But so does Shanxi. They do have the Ravage, and they will let it rip. It stuns up absolutely everybody. They do drag back Frisk, and they kill him off. XM getting very low until the HP department. Does have enough mana to zip himself away. Red Panda, though, not going to be as lucky, as he's pincered in by Piggy Killer and killed off. A 2-for-1 affair. And the fight potentially not over just yet. XM wastes a lot of mana. Takes a big risk to go for that rune, ends up getting it, and will survive the fight.
By the way, I love the Ava. I'm not going to be going with Ava anymore. It's Ava for me as well. He rotates in. He doesn't really use the roar for the majority of the fight. In the end, he does use it. He gets that kill on the silencer. I was thinking maybe he'd use it on a bigger target, like on a Void Spirit, but he decides, yeah, we don't have enough damage, so doesn't do it. Overall, nice fight for Piggy Killer, mostly because they brought in the forces. They also got ravaged, but it ended up, I believe, a much better fight for them.
That entire time afterwards, they still managed to keep up farm on the other side of their cores. This map has been remarkably static. Like, all these towers are fairly healthy. Everyone's still farming in their lanes. The map doesn't feel like it's breaking one direction or another. We're 5 for 5, barely a 1k gold lead. Teams are so even right now.
Yeah, it is very even. So it worries me because Zulu, this Medusa, he's behind net worth right now, but I just wait a second or two once he gets the Yasha and just starts farming away.
I'm gonna see them try to at least extend the lead here for Piggy Killer as they zip in onto Red Panda, bring him down, allowing XM to get some net worth into his coffers closer to the Kaya. And he's not leaving just yet. This is a sort of dangerous place to be. He doesn't actually have a TP out, but he does expend the rest of his mana pool to zip across the river. But XWI, aware of this, he's mounting a chase. Dude, Frisk actually might have saved his life with that shotgun shot. It doesn't latch onto anything, but it does interrupt the attempt on the Storm Spirit's life.
Yeah, he's like, yo, wait, chill out a little bit. It's fine. You don't kill my Storm this day. Yeah, because he had a DD, right? Like, no big item, no Echo Saber or anything, but with the DD, maybe they can make a play and they smoke up, they go top. Ava.
It's underneath an observer ward right now, so they have perfect vision of what he's up to. XWI didn't expend any of his spells through the mid lane, so he has all of them available right now. Ava.
Why is he waiting so long? Why was he so
don't know. That actually gave enough time for the rest of Piggy Killer to respond. We'll go on to kill Mercy, but I think with a double damage rune, they definitely had enough to kill Ava as well.
I think so too. Like, I'm pretty sure they had the damage. Okay, the Beast, he's got what? Like, he had 17 stick charges, a ton of branches, sitting on 1400 HP, but still. Yeah, I think it was enough.
A little bit overly cautious from the side of Asta Ares. They don't pay for it, but they will find out losing out on a bigger pickup.
Hey, do you see the Shadow Demon in Dota? Like when you're going over heroes, like it's in our program feed as well. He doesn't have ulti.
Oh, yeah, he never has ulti. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why. It's one of these like random little bugs and glitches. Sort of similar to how Scarlet Mage ult sometimes exists, sometimes it doesn't. As bottom, the life of the Juggernaut stops existing. What the hell happened? They don't even commit Ravage to kill him off. XWI just found the chain disable as middle as well.
Mid, yeah.
Frisk able to bring down the Shadow Demon. Can't cast ult if you're dead. And honestly, even though they lose both supports across the map, in exchange for this Juggernaut, you'll take it any day of the week.
Yeah, because they kill him even without the Ravage. I think that's the biggest point there, right? And I'm not sure what happened to him.
Huge.
I'm not sure just how he... I mean, I am sure what happened to him. XWI just rotates in, helps out the Tide. Jug was trading a little bit too long.
Top lane, they're thinking about going on to Ulu here to try and get some revenge. 4 heroes were making this particular rotation. Ulu's still not 100% safe though, as XM
Yeah, they're still
coming in
chasing.
with his rune. There's no more stone gates to protect them, so they're coming in on top of him. They need these TPs from Asta Ares. Who's coming in first? Global Silence will come out. Red Panda providing the first layer of protection. And Piggy Killers now realize they have to get out. But they have baited out the Global Silence. It didn't cost Ravage to kill Juggernaut, but it does cost Global to keep Dusa alive. And you'll take whatever you can get at this point.
Yeah, I'm thinking if maybe XWY was pressing his TP a little bit faster, then they can even counter kill without global. This way, they expand a pretty big spell without getting a lot, but saving Medusa is a lot.
They actually want to go again here. Frisk, very far forward on the low ground. Almost certainly is going to die off for this, and they kill Red Panda, but this does not seem worth mercy. His own life might be in jeopardy here. The spells from XWY will be fully back online fairly shortly. Doesn't have Aether Remnant though. For one more second, it's back up now. Throws it out. It will get the connection onto Mercy. Would allow him to get the kill.
Yeah, they're losing mid tier 1 at the same time. Beastmaster and Blade Master playing together, getting that one. XM. I'm not sure, like I feel maybe Skyrat could have lived through that whole engagement, but nice little counter kill at least by Ares, as they did lose the Shadow Demon before that.
The scary thing for me as well though is the entire time while all this action has been happening, Ava finished off the Helm of the Overlord.
Yeah.
And is now starting to build towards the drums of Slum. That's... Yo, after that last game we cast together, Liz, we did what, 10k damage, one fight, just with drums? I'm starting to be terrified of this item.
Yeah, that was actually ridiculous. He basically soloed the game as a Beastmaster. Yeah, this smoke rotation is gonna completely miss. I feel like Medusa at this point, 15 minutes in, should be farming Ancients. She's got that Manta anyway. But they can take this opportunity to perhaps put some very deep wards, and that's what they did. And I see these wards being very useful throughout the game.
Very deep vision. They still haven't fixed the bug with the full thing, seeing the full duration of the ward, unless you have an ultra wide. But what can we do?
You have to guess. That's the point.
You just have to have a very good understanding of exactly how much time is left on a ward.
Yeah, is it 5 minutes 30 or 30 seconds? We don't know. It's on you to guess.
This game, it's 15 minutes, but doesn't feel like 15 minutes. Picky Killer putting some pressure onto the tier 2 tower in the top lane. The Tidehunter will show up to defend this. However, Storm Spirit still goes back on the back lines to find Red Panda.
They can go
bring
on
him
to
down.
the side, I feel like, as well. He's got the pipe, but he's not invincible. Let's see if they attempt to or not.
They're thinking about it, but they took too long. Reinforcements are starting to come in. TK is here, ready with the disruption if needed.
Yeah.
They're also starting to bring up the Medusa. Ulu, though, will come across XM as well as Frisk and Mercy and be like, hey, guys, they're actually sort of leaving the top area. We're pretty safe there. It's fine.
Yeah. And Silencer was being... was coming back into play, right? Like he was 5 seconds away, so you don't want to dive and then get counterplayed by Global. How's our boy Jug doing? So he's got that Battle Fury. He's almost got the Yasha as well. And they're going into the pit. I think this is the play, right? Like if you're a Piggy Killer, you're just playing really fast. You have to. You're playing versus a Medusa and a Tidehunter. You really have to be playing fast. You really have to be taking these objectives.
Definitely can't take the risk of just letting the game go at a more lackadaisical pace. You will fall behind under those conditions. So they'll get an Aegis for themselves. Probably put this in the hands of Fly. Give him more leeway to farm the map in more dangerous positions. And of course, it's going to give even more network to Ava. So closer to Drums of Slum we go. Oh, actually, wait, you leave it for XM. My bad. I forgot the Storm Spirit was here. He just wasn't in the pit.
Yeah, you definitely give the best carrier of Aegis. That Aegis.
What do you think, Liz? Should they make a rule that you can't pick up the Aegis unless you are inside the pit within 10 seconds of the Roshan dying or something like that?
It just feels unnecessary, maybe. Right,
Must be involved in the
diving.
fight.
Yeah.
Going directly onto Shang-Chi, they Omni Slash him, but there's TK with the save. Disruption just jointing the Omni Slash, like you mentioned. XM though zips in onto Red Panda. They want to kill him off before the global, but they can't get there.
Ravage
Blink Ravage comes in, stuns 2. Red Panda does get off the global silence, but he does die almost immediately afterwards. Mercy follows him into the grave, but it's only a 1-for-1 for now. And as the Ares have certainly expended some huge ultimates to make this happen.
Yeah, XM was still thinking about going in, but decides not to. They're just thinking, okay, perhaps we don't have enough damage to continue fighting this fight. Tidehunter, that's a lot of damage for a Tide. Like, he hit a pretty nice Ravage. A couple of nice Anchor Smashes as well. He's building into what's next, Lotus, it seems like. I like his build, just being as sustainable as possible. Chilling in front, you know, that's what he's been doing. Buying time for Medusa, but I would say this is a win. Like, it's a trade, and you did expend global, which isn't good, I guess, for Ares. But at the same time, you're buying time for Medusa. She's getting closer to Eagle's Song, 300 gold away from it.
Sadly, though, they're also going to catch XWI. And one of the things they did not use in that fight was the Primal Roar for Ava. And they have it available for this Void Spirit. In the meantime,
TK.
Storm Spirit jumping in onto TK, able to kill him off as well. So huge little pickoffs here. That's going to lead into a tier 2 tower in the top lane.
Yeah, things suddenly look much worse because, yeah, this might be even a high ground from Beastmaster, or at least to force them back a little bit. Let's see.
Dire are scanning.
Is this this is probably just a poke, right? Stay here, kill the creep wave, force someone to stay top.
I mean, I think you just like push through middle, go for the tier 2,
Yeah, that's
put pressure, come back for Roche, and then afterwards, maybe actually make a jump here. Now that you have the Storm Spirit's Aegis about, like he still has 2.5 minutes left, 4 mana available. Like, what's to stop you?
Yeah, you can't initiate on him, right? Like, there is just nothing. Tidehunter with the blink doesn't have Ravage at the moment. You don't have Global. You will have it in 5 seconds, so maybe you can even take this tier 2 fight.
We'll see what the decision is going to be. Blink Ravage is not that far from coming back offline either. They're going to have it available in 9 seconds. Piggy Killer don't feel the need to expend risk right now. They just get back.
Under attack.
Yeah. Void Spirit actually has a Manta, so now with that, you're not even that scared of the silence. The only thing you are truly scared of is the roar, right? You still died to it. Storm is in.
XM just jumps all the way deep in. There's a global silence, but it doesn't come out. XM able to get a nice little pick off. And they might not be finished here. Do they have the vision? It is daytime, so we'll have a very large searching range. Sees XWY and Ulu. Neither of them are appetizing targets, however.
Is under attack.
So instead, we'll just let his team go for the Tormentor, get the extra Aghanim shot.
Mercy needs to be a bit careful here not to fall, but with the healing ward, he should be fine. Aghanim's shard, very nice for the Wind Ranger. Now he has Gale Force and he has Diffusal, Frisk Fields, and the Blink Dagger, by the way, on top of that. So
Dire's bottom
he's the one.
has fallen.
He is the one Medusa has to be careful with.
Blizzard, where are these Chinese 4-position Wind Rangers finding their farm?
I don't know. He's got 4 kills, 4 assists. You know, he's like... He's not dying a lot. 2 deaths only. Like, so a lot of farm. Like, he has almost as much farm as the Tidehunter, which is saying something, because Tide is usually one of those offlaners that farms a lot.
Speaking of Tide, right now, all he can do is just watch Juggernaut steal away his team's Ancients and just TP out. However, at the very least for him, he is watching this Medusa get stronger and stronger. She has now picked up a Butterfly on top of her Manta. There's no MKBs in sight on the enemy team, no Revenant's Brooches or anything. So there's quite a bit of protection offered by this little Butterfly for the moment.
Yeah, you are ready. Like, and you do smoke. This is, for Ares, kind of expected. Aegis has been reclaimed just a couple of seconds ago, so you have that Butterfly completed. You want to fight.
They're very well spread out on the map right now for Piggy Killer. As I say that though, Ava heading over towards where this Juggernaut is. The two of them thinking about the Tormentor, but the call is also being made there in 2 minds. Go for the Tormentor or go for the home. Frisk will be the one that's just dangled outside of the base. The Tendrils of the Deep catch him out. The rest of Ares finish him off. But crucially, he does give up his life for the cause. So the rest of Piggy Killer, their cause in particular, are allowed to keep living on the ancient side of the map.
He died for the shard. Like, while they were killing him, Ava and Jug, they took down the shard and they smoke up without the Wind Ranger. This is, I think it's a cute play, right? Like, usually teams don't expect a counterattack while one of their heroes is dead, but let's see what they can do with it.
You did see some of the heroes in the area. They did have some very deep wards planted on their last excursion in the side of the map. With deep zip coming in from XM, they will go on to TK and kill him off. Not the biggest kill in the world, but still, nice free goal to pick up.
It's kind of hard to jump anyone else. Red Panda is behind Tide, so he's got that Ravage to save him. Fly, by the way, keeping up with Medusa. So his farm, actually, throughout the game was really damn good. He will have a Butterfly very soon, too. You can wait that out, or you can force the fight right now. Let's see. If they see Red Panda, they are jumping him.
They know that there's global silence online. They know that the Medusa has Stone Gaze. She has Manta to get to the Ancient Seal. Super hard to do this, but crucially, they have to worry about the Blink Ravage. Last time out, with better coordination, as the Ares could have killed XM.
Mercy.
So it's
once
not
again.
easy. And Mercy, sorry, mates. Changes to the deep. Last time out, they caught Frisk. This time, they're catching you. And Scareth Mage will just end up dead. And Ulu gets that kill. You were talking about how this Juggernaut is getting closer and keeping pace with the Medusa, but these little kills that you can get, Medusa can hit that massive critical mass sooner than the Juggernaut. And Frisk, will he be able to escape here? Drops the Gale Force, trying to run himself away from XWI.
Why are they not going on
will
him?
zip in as well, and they're not going on him. He just gets out cleanly.
Yeah.
And instead, look at this. Ava's dead. Ava's super dead.
Yeah.
They even popped the Stone Gaze for this one as well. Primal Roar will come out. Ava, he's going to be isolated for now. The drums are going,
They should
trying
be
to buy
fighting
space
this.
and time. The allies are here. Frisk goes in. The Shackle Shot doesn't connect Crisp, though. So they just have to drop the Ravage to kill him. Not sure they needed the Ravage, but they didn't want to take any risks.
Yeah, I think they should have fought that, but no TP on Jug, no TP on Storm. Ayava took way too much time, plus the Stone Gaze utilized, right? So some mistakes, or sort of mistakes here and there from Piggy Killer. I do think that they could have killed XWY on bottom lane if they committed to it, but they didn't see the smoke. They didn't know where Ares were, I guess, even though they had a really deep ward in the triangle. So they didn't want to get baited in. Instead, Ava is the one that gets baited in, thinking that he is safe.
Oftentimes, Dota is mostly a game of incomplete information, right?
Of course, that's all you like. I believe that's like the biggest thing about this game. On higher level, it's all about that info. It's all about the mind games. Like sometimes, I don't know, like just a general populace, like I don't know, Twitch chat. Us as well, like when we're not playing for a long time, don't understand how intuitive these players are and how well they can read the map just by tiniest of moves. Smoke.
I think we see a very good indication of how those reads can happen, because as soon as Piggy Killer head into the pit, has the Ares scan, and now they're heading in for a fight. There's no Ravage online though, so they need to be careful here. Gale Force pushing them in. XM deciding to zip in onto Red Panda, kill off the silencer before the global emerges, but now it comes back off the buyback. XM forced to pop the BKB, zip away from this Medusa. They still will be able to kill off the Tidehunter, however, with a mass spam coming in from their spells from afar. Everybody's falling low though, so they're trying to TP out. XM and Mercy both get away just barely in time, away from Master Ares. They've already lost TK as well. And Beastmaster, what can he accomplish here? Unfortunately for this Medusa, she's already popped the Stone Gaze, and the Juggernaut almost died to the right click. Scale Force helping to keep him alive by dispositioning these Aster Ares heroes. Frisk thinking about making the jump back in. Healing Ward popping Fly into a healthier spot in this fight. They're throwing in these wild axes. It is still a Medusa. He blinks forward, getting the spin. XM returns to the fight, getting the Vortex out, and they will be able to kill off the Medusa at long last. As the Ares, they fought for so long, they fought so valiantly, but ultimately it all comes to nothing.
Yeah, it was so unfortunate for them. The two TPs that were happening, Storm Spirit and Mercy, like they all get away. And because of Storm getting away, he's able to obviously join the fight once again and punish the Medusa, kill her off in the end. He also initiated... I'm not sure about this Gale Force, by the way. I feel like it even made things easier for Ares, putting the Medusa in a better spot to dish out the damage. But yeah, Storm Spirit got there in the backlines, killed off the Silencer,
Middle tower is under attack.
and now Mercy TPing and Storm Spirit TPing in the end. Like, they get... if XWY just got one of them, or preferably Storm, the fight would have been way different.
Yeah, they both fall so low. Even Fly dropped precipitously low here. 2 more right clicks would have killed him. Healing Ward or spin or nothing. And as the Ares, it feels like this has been the story of their tour, Lizard. They come so close to positive results, but they just can't manage to make them land. And now we'll see how they take this fight. As XWI getting zipped on right now. Frisk will buy him a little bit of time. He does zip away right now. Ravage will come out. Catches on so many heroes. XM will finally die, but that's only life number 1. Ava found the Primal Roar onto Ulu. So now they are positioned to surround this Medusa. Global Silence will come out. They're trying to bail her out, but with all 3 cores focusing Ulu. She does get up the Stone Gaze though. And they can turn back around onto Ava. Drums of Slum will make this take longer than expected, but the
Storm is
eventual
in again.
result will emerge. XM still can dive in to kill off Red Panda. And the rest of Ares have to flee away here. XM coming in, gets the Vortex out onto Ulu, killing Ulu off. XWY can't keep him alive. Flyfly just spinning to safety, dropping the healing ward while he's at it. And XM won't die for this either.
Yeah. Like, again, nice fight by Ares, but just not nice enough. They take down the Aegis, they take down the Cheese on Beastmaster, and they kill the Beast, but in the end, they suffer the death of Medusa. Maybe it's good enough, though, because without that Aegis, perhaps Flyfly and the boys cannot push high ground. And if they cannot push high ground, you're just buying more time for Medusa to actually get all of her items and farm. However, I feel like we're reaching this aspect of the game in which you'll just be stuck on high ground.
Yep. What did you say the other day that like Medusa games, it's either one of two binary states. Either she's crushing and closing out the game at 25-30, or she's playing high ground shell until like 55 minutes.
Yeah,
And I think we're having the latter case here.
By the way, I love how some players in pro games, in normal games, just can't get that switch in their brain that Medusa's mana is her HP. And they're just not jumping Medusa when she's really damn low. You know, like in this last fight, Flyfly, he sees Shadow Demon on like, or Silencer, I'm not sure. He's on like 20% HP, and there's Medusa right next to him with almost no mana. And he decides to jump the support instead, you know.
It'll take some time to acclimate to the new lay of the land. It's pretty much like you mentioned earlier, right? A lot of this game is played from an intuitive perspective. So it takes time to change your intuitions and develop different habits. Smoke up right now from Picky Killer. They will not find anybody, unfortunately, but they'll still be able to claim the Tormentor if they want it.
Yeah. They have this gem that they stole from
Dire are scanning.
Red Panda, right? So
Dire's
they're
bottom
able to
tower is
safely
under
plant these deep wards, but look at the Ares, like no waiting in the base for them. Smoking up, moving out of the base.
They have, of course, access to Blink Ravage, but they don't have any clean vision at the moment. Storm Spirit zips up. Oh no, look who he finds. He finds Red Panda. Pops BKB. Global Silence was there, but they still have the ability to kill off the Silencer. Scarlet Mage dies first, brought down by the Tide Hunter and the crew. So the fight, so far, it's a 1-for-1. Mercy will buy back very early on, though. Frisk waiting for his angle, waiting for his opportunity. So is Ava. XM zips back in. He finds XWY first and
Nice
foremost.
shackle.
Catches Ulu and XWY. At the same time, they managed to kill off the Tide Hunter from Flyfly, but that required the Omni Slash to accomplish. So now they don't have it available.
Medusa.
Mystic Flare drops down to Ulu. Ulu falling so low. Primal Roar, they kill him off. Frisk with the Focus Fire took away most of the mana, and the mana shield will not offer protection. She doesn't have buyback either here, Liz.
Yeah, this is at least the side. And keep in mind, if they lose this, it's their last game in Division 1. They will be relegated, so I wish that they do not GG out. I wish that they continue playing this, even though it's looking really rough.
Yeah.
Perfect shackle, by the way, from Frisk. That fight, he shackles the Medusa just as she's using Stone Gaze,
Radiant's top
and they all just bail, wait out the Stone Gaze, fight afterwards, clean from Fate.
Perfectly done by Fade. Secured his team the win there in that fight. Potentially securing them the win in the series and knocking Aster Ares out of Division 1. XWI and the gang, they know that they are running out of opportunities to make plays here. Medusa is about to respawn, so they would ideally
Ava has
love
a
to take
roar.
a fight right now. Ava does have roar, but XM also has a jump back in, going directly onto TK, getting a very big jump. What a way to get a blue hole off. The Shadow Demon and the Tide Hunter, you catch them both in one jump. Are you kidding me? Ava now sidestepping the Aether Remnant and avoiding XWI. So this buyback will pretty much be for nothing coming out of TK.
Yeah, really nice little Aghanims usage there by the Storm Spirit. Flyfly just snatching up the Tormentor. What does he have? He's got Demon Edge. Does he have the MKB in the Courier? Probably, right?
He does, yeah.
So he's got
He does
MKB,
indeed.
and on top of that, he's got almost a completed Aghanim Scepter. And he gets the shard. There you go.
Well, I think we officially have a Juggernaut problem to have to deal with. That's certainly going to be problematic. So what can they do on the side of Asteris? This Medusa, she is the most farmed hero on their side of the map. She does have an MKB. She's about to finish Daedalus, but still quite some distance before she gets Divine Rapier. And the bigger problem for me is Red Panda. Not only does he not have the gold for a refresher, but just doesn't have the survivability for these fights.
Yeah, you're talking about Red Panda and the refresher. That sounds just like a good fairy tale, but on Tidehunter, if you could have a refresher, that would be solid. But he's also gotten so much utility that it's just not an option. It's just not enough gold on him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah, it's looking really rough for Ares. 30k behind. What's that win probability?
It's pretty high. Take a guess.
Yeah, it's like higher than 83%, I would say. 96. yeah. It's a rough game to be in. Ulu will probably get at least the Demon Edge before the next fight, but they are on the high ground. You gotta go back.
Indeed he does, and he does also have to save for buyback. He buys the Demon Edge, he will forego that. And the Juggernaut, with the full Aghanims and an MKB, will slowly but surely start to pepper down the tier 3 tower. The last remaining lane of racks that exists in the top that separates Ares not just from Megas, but from their last time playing in Division 1. Technically, they'll have one more game, but if they lose this one, that game will literally not matter.
Yeah, you need to give it to your own. Like, he's getting the Daedalus right now, and Medusa is flying over. So this is literally Hail Mary. You need a good Ravage. Daedalus is still not on Medusa, though. They're moving away from the courier.
Yeah.
And the scan perfectly connects on them.
Not only does it perfectly connect, it will precipitate the smoke from Piggy Killer themselves. And they're like, well, these guys want to leave their base. We welcome a fight like this.
They can just go high ground. That's literally what they will do. Look at this. This is, yeah. You want to be cute and wrap around. Sure, we'll push.
Oh no! It's a double damage Juggernaut that's doing this as well. So there's no way to keep these racks alive. There's no fortification neither. XM getting the deep dive onto Red Panda. The Silencer is dead. Does have buyback, however. Mega creeps have been accomplished. And they now make the jump here. Finding the Tendrils of the Deep onto 2 heroes, but the blue hole onto 3 with the Omni Slash on all of them. They've cleaned up as the Ares. Buyback on Red Panda, but who the hell cares about his life? GG, well played, has been called, and as the Ares officially knocked out of Division 1, they will begin 2024 in Division 2. But Piggy Killer, somehow, some way, showing that you can run Juggernauts and actually win Dota games as they make this a 2-0 affair against Asteris.
I mean, that last fight, it was too good. Everything was just too good for Piggy Killer. They use the scan. They scan everyone out. They know exactly what Aster is, or they guess exactly what they're doing. They put nice wards in the forest so that Storm Spirit can jump the right targets. He sees the Silencer, he jumps him, and yeah, Red Panda has buybacks, so it doesn't really matter that much. He buybacks, uses the global, but they already have Mantas, BKBs, they have everything they need versus that global. They don't even need to jump the Silencer at that point, I feel like. Great Aghanim Scepter pull by Storm, followed up by Fly Medusa. I mean, I didn't see her. She died within a second.
She died so quickly, I legitimately thought she was elsewhere in the fight. Like, my brain had to catch up and be like, oh, there's just a black... Oh, okay, she's just dead like that? All right, I see. As the Ares, unfortunately, couldn't make this game better for themselves. There were much better glimmers of hope. There were some decent fights that they were able to take, a couple of key pickoffs here and there, but in the grand scheme of things, Piggy Killer just seemed better capable of taking this matchup. Didn't help with how well this Beastmaster was doing as well. Every single time they went on him, he was involved in a fight. It would just take way too long to deal with him. And also did not help how well Frisk was playing on this Wind Ranger. Dude, these Chinese 4-position Wind Rangers, I'm telling you, they're all just cracked right now on this hero.
Yeah, I do think that game 1 was probably easier to play for Aries when it comes to the draft. I think the drafts were way closer. This second game, Aries' draft, like it's. Look, if they execute it properly, if they execute it a bit better, sure, it can work. Like you have this Tidehunter Medusa, global silence. It's very difficult. Medusa comes online and suddenly you can't do anything about her. But Piggy Killer, they just weren't about to sit around and let that happen. They played the map extremely fast. You had the Storm Spirit XM 1-1-1-1. Wait, 1-1-1-1-1. Yeah, that's the score in the end. Probably deserves the MVP as well. He was all over the place, catching people. Ava on the Beastmaster was also a significant force to reckon with, but XM, the main guy, just making things happen. And he had, the thing is though, in this last game, he had players to play around. Like he can play around the Skyrat, he can play around the Windrunner, he can play around the Beastmaster. Meanwhile, if you're Void Spirit, you were so limited, so it was much easier for XM.
Several different ways for him to accomplish his goals, and that's why he was able to get this palindromic score at the very end of proceedings. 11-1 and 11. Really good game coming out of the Storm Spirit, and a game that's going to allow Piggy Killer not to get to the major, but at the very least to stay within Division 1. Maybe that was the goal. We'll probably find out a little bit from them in a bit, but they looked very clean in this one. It's also kind of a situation where they look a little bit cleaner now than they did maybe like in the middle of the tour. Their first game, they looked amazing when they first started out, and then the wheels started to come off the train, and they started to look good again. So hopefully in 2024, we get to have more of this form from the side of Piggy Killer, but that's going to keep them in the division. And we always have this lizard in the Chinese region where of the two teams that come up, one stays up, one goes down. This time around, Piggy Killer gets to be the one that stays, and they look pretty decent. I'm not going to say I'd say maybe a season or two more cooking. They could potentially challenge for those major slots, but right now they look okay.
Yeah, I feel like they need a little bit more work. They need to, and they still have some very rough edges, but they can make it work. However, with this win, they have eliminated not only Esther Aries from Division 1, but also Team Bright. As mathematically, there's no more chances for Team Bright to stay in the Division 2. And that's the next upcoming series, right? It's them versus who again?
Against Azure Array. Against Azure Array. Technically, right? Technically, Team Bright could beat Azure Array and then go on to beat, who does Team Bright play again? And they play Astro Aries as well. So technically, Team Bright could stay in, but I'm taking it for granted that Azure Array, with a major slot in contention, is not going to give any mercy to a team like Team Bright, who's also still looking for a series win. The only game they've won was against IG. I think we're probably in agreement that Azure Array is a tier above IG right now, but it could still happen for Team Bright. Miracles could still occur.
Okay, so it's still a possibility for Team Bright. Snare, like you're giving a lot of hopium here. To me as well, hopefully, maybe Team Bright can remain in. So far, I even think that they are not as good as Aries. I feel that Aries is the better of the two teams. The Team Bright are the bottom of the pack here, but maybe you get some cheese picks here and there. Maybe you get some crazy drafts and you surprise Azure Ray. It has happened in the past.
Definitely has. I'm kind of hoping, for me personally, it would be much more entertaining if we had a three-way tie at the bottom and then a three-way tie for the fourth major slot. That would be infinitely entertaining, but with how things have been going, I don't think that's what we're going to get. And I kind of would have hoped that Astro Aries or Team Bright would have notched up a win before they go into their final matchups to make that last game more entertaining. The last thing I want is for that game to just be an academic exercise. So basically what I'm saying is we're all rooting for Team Bright in the upcoming series when they play up against Azure Array. Difficult as it might be to go up against Somnus and the boys, we all did it when they were on Elephant. We can do it again right now when they're on Azure Array. But yeah, it's gonna be difficult. And Astro Aries, they need some friends. By the way, Lizard, why do you think it happened? Like, why do you think SAs keep going through this particular journey where they start very weak, get really good at the end of the season, start the next season very weak, get much better at the end of the season? What keeps happening? We'll talk about that in a second, though, because I want to hear from Piggy Killer how they feel about their victory. So keep that particular question in mind. Unfortunately, Liz, you have some experience in that arena. But for now, let's talk to somebody who has a win under their notch right now in the form of Mercy from the side of Piggy Killer, joining us for a quick interview. The position 4 man, Mercy, congratulations on the victory. Congratulations on staying in the division. But I want to ask you something. Of course, you came into the team right now at the very end of the tour to replace outside Victoria from last time around. Can you talk to us about what happened in that situation? Who reached out to you? And how have you found the experience of being part of Piggy Killer so far?
首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利，然后也是确保了自己保级成功。那想问一下，就是之前你是代替维多利亚加入到这个队的话，想问一下你就是总体的加入队伍是一个什么样的过程，能跟大家分享一下吗？
就维多利亚有事，就是不能在这个队打了嘛，然后 XM 联系我，就是看能不能来这个队打舞，然后我想着就来试试呗，毕竟之前也没打过舞。然后想来试一下，就是因为这2年也有点想转舞的那种想法。
So Victoria has some personal affairs he cannot be playing, and XM just contact me, ask if I wanna join him and play as a post 5. I haven't been playing position 5 in my career, and I sort of having an idea that I should transition to position 5 these 2 years. So I want to try it. This is my first time playing position 5, so I just agreed and joined the team.
Okay. I mean, speaking of that, why have you wanted to move in these last few years towards position 5? Did you just get tired of playing pos 4? Is there something about your playstyle that you think would lend itself better to being a 5 than a 4?
那想就是具体问一下，为什么会产生这种转5号位的想法呢？是觉得4号位不想打了吗？还是有哪些想法觉得可能自己打5号位可能更适合一些？
因为我感觉就是我在甩技能方面没有那么擅长，然后但是我感觉现在的4号位更主流的还是那种甩技能的4，然后加上我个别5号位英雄我比较有自信，所以就想打5前面的时候。
I feel like I'm not really that good at spell casting as a position 4. I'm not at the top of that, and I feel like the game involving and really make position 4 in the position that you have to be good at spell casting, and I feel like I'm better at other aspect of the game, and maybe I should just make the transition to position 5.
Okay, makes sense. Brother Liz, what do you have for the mans?
Yeah, I've been in the same position, by the way, from 4 to 5. What do you think? Congrats on the win. And what do you think is the hardest part of the transitioning, like from position 4 to position 5? Is it the lack of gold? Do you think there is a big difference even at the moment, or is it kind of becoming more similar?
那想问一下，就是你觉得4到5对你来说这个转变最困难的是哪部分呢？是没有经济呢，还是说会是一些其他游戏上的一些个人的感受？
我觉得最主要的是对线吧，因为之前打4号位打了好几年了嘛，就已经比较成熟了对那个线的运营，就跟我的3号位基本上就是运营一下，就是勾勾兵啊，或者是屯屯野，就是都会把我们路运营的很舒服很肥。但是5号位的话，你就要专注于那个打那个对线，如果你对线打得不好的话，就会很吃亏。就是5号位跟4号位最大的区别就是还是那条对线上面的那种区别吧，就是你要更专注于打你们的对线。
I personally， 你说。
就这些。
I personally feel like the biggest difference is in the laning stage. Since I've been playing position 4 for quite a long time, I always feel like I have a good cooperation with my post 3, and with some simple communication, I put a creep with some laning skills. We just with some laning tricks, we just make that lane easy, and we coming out of that winning that lane but playing as a position 5, I really feel like it's sometimes I feel like it's all about the landing stage. If you mess up the landing stage, the game just gets so difficult. So to me, it's a biggest difference between POS 5 and POS 4, and I'm still trying to learning all the stuff to make the lane better.
Okay, yeah. And one more completely unrelated, not technical question. Let the fans get to know you better. What's your favorite activity besides obviously spamming pubs and playing Dota?
想问一下，游戏外就是绵绵最喜欢的这种活动是什么？除了打天梯路人这种游戏外的游戏呢？
看那种影视方面的，就我是上了年纪以后，有点喜欢看电视剧。感觉最近这2年国内的电视剧都特别好看，所以基本上就是有个那个看电视剧的习惯吧，就是没事看那种比较有名的电视剧。
Yeah, so as I grew up and I feel like I really getting into watching TV series and movies these days. There's many good television show right now in China, so I just whichever is recommended and famous, I just go watch it.
Yeah. Okay, so Netflix and chilling. Thank you. Snare, you have anything more?
Yes, I have 2 more questions for you. The first one, a bit of a side note. Obviously, now that you are qualified, you're staying in the region right now. Beforehand, when you're on a couple of different teams, Team Magma in particular, you bounced up and down. You'd qualify for the division and then immediately get relegated again. Can you talk to us about what the differences are between the squad you're on right now relative to, say, a Team Magma that allowed you to stay in Div 1 this time around?
那再想问一下，之前的话，因为在 Magma 里打了很久嘛，但是 Magma 的话，每次就是好不容易升上来了，然后下个赛季呢又掉回去了。那这次的话，其实在 PK 的话，就直接还是一次就保级成功了嘛。那你觉得就是你在 PK 跟在 Magma，你觉得最大的差别是什么？
就是 PK 的选手都比较有经验吧，然后就是不需要我去教他们什么。他们自己就是该懂的都懂，然后大家的那种大赛经验也比较多，所以就是加上现在说实话，这2年就是今年 S 级的强度没有去年 S 级那么高，所以就是保级还是挺简单的，说实话，光是保级，我们目标本来这赛季就是想去 Major 的，然后 Magma 主要是就是说实话，大家还是。在到职业这个方面来说，确实都是算是新人，然后还是只是靠自己，就是那种基本上的那种实力吧，就是天赋达到 S 级，但是就是更进一步，没有那种老人，没有那种好的教练来带的话，确实有点难。当时我们全队每个人就基本上，我们全队5个人，4个人都天梯前10了，但是打起比赛来还是就是面对那些经验老道的选手还是比较吃亏。所以这种职业这方面就是这样的，就是还是需要有那种大赛经验的比较好。对。
So I feel like last year the DPC in China is more competitive than this season overall. So our initial goal this season was to try to get into the major, which we are still hoping for it. And to be honest, I feel like we have so many good experienced veteran on the team. I really didn't need to teach them anything. Everything just come along all together very naturally. And while I was in Magma, we were under experienced. We played a lot together for a long time, but I would say we were all inexperienced players, and I feel like we going to Tier 1 basically by our talent, because I think 4 out of 5 players on that team were top 10 ranked in China, and still we cannot stand a chance against those better experienced teams. And that's just what I feel like. I think if you want to play competitive, you really need a good player, good old experienced player, or a very experienced coach to help you out. Talent can only carry you for that long, and that's the difference I feel between my current team and Team Magma.
Okay. And on one more point of relativity, what is it like playing in Southeast Asia relative to playing in China when you had a DPC stint that side?
那想问一下，就是现在的话，就是打东南亚的一些天梯比赛，跟打国内的，你觉得有什么区别吗？
东南亚的玩家大多数还是想赢的吧，就是他们会专注于游戏上面的事情，然后不会有那种太过多的负面情绪。然后国内的话，就是大部分的人现在就负面情绪比较多吧，就明明自己玩的不怎么样，但是就是太过于负面了那个情绪，然后导致就是整体的环境都比较差。然后再加上就是国内的职业选手全都去东南亚玩了，所以就是更还是偏向于玩东南亚的天梯吧，因为国服真的是没有职业选手玩了。对。
Yeah, if we were talking about pubs, I think Southeast Asia players willing to sacrifice for victories. I feel like, and I feel like in China region, the pubs just like the small group of people. Everyone is more negative. Sometimes playing the game. Sometimes if you cannot win, they just simply give up. But themselves, they're not that such a high level players, but they still just give up. And so I feel like that's the main difference. And besides all the pro players right now playing on Southeast Asia, so I definitely feel, the experience is better on Southeast Asia ladder.
Okay, that definitely makes sense. Well, Mercy, we've taken up a lot of your time, so we need you to get back to practicing. Thank you for giving us your time and attention, and good luck, have fun for the rest of the games.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你也能继续训练，然后变得更好。
谢谢 ，Thank you.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Mercy, support player right now for the side of Piggy Killer, secure to stay within Division 1 for the first time in quite a long time. And of course, reminding us all, Lizard, that talent can only carry you so far. At the end of the day, Dota is a very mental game. It's a team-oriented game. And the experience as a team will probably carry you higher than somebody just mechanically gifted at clicking the buttons.
Oh, man, it's look, like you can be the biggest pop star. Like you can have top 5 players. If they don't have a coach, if they don't have someone with professional experience, it will literally not matter. Like I used to tell this while I was playing competitively to all my friends that were asking me, how is it? I would just say, it's a different game. Like it's literally a different game. Pubs are one thing, pro games completely different. You need someone with experience. You need someone to show you what it's all about, or you'll pretty much just all be playing your own thing, You'll lose to someone that's 200 ranks below you but has experience.
Yep, and unfortunately, we have seen that happen many, many, many times over within the history of Dota. Right now, it's not happening for Piggy Killer, but it is happening for Aster Aries, as their talent is not able to carry them through the division, and they will find themselves beginning 2024 in Division 2. We're going to be witnessing, though, if Team Brights are going to be showing the same fates as them on the way to giving Azure Array a chance to go into the major, or if we're going to be having a very intriguing set of circumstances which make the middle of the table all to play for going into the final few days here in the region. We find out all this and more after a bit of an extended break because of how fast the series was. But don't go anywhere. We'll return in about 40-45 minutes with some more Dota 2 action. So from myself, Snare, with Lizard, the Church of Doom itself, we'll be back with some more Dota 2 action. Don't go anywhere. Welcome, one and all. We have returned here to witness some more Chinese Dota action for the third and final week of the 2023 DPC. We're going to be having some Division 1 action. And of course, that does mean Team Bright takes on Azure Array in a best of 3, which has some major ramifications. Bright, of course, need this win to stay in the division. And I use the word major a little bit tongue-in-cheek because Azure Array, if they win, they get to pave their way towards the Bali Major and potentially towards the international itself. Of course, to help bring you this action, myself, Snare, I'm joined by Lizard, the members of the Church of Doom, Brother Liz, Azure Array. Does Team Bright have any hope of stopping the juggernauts that have emerged from China this season?
I would say it's extremely difficult, maybe almost impossible. The way that Azure Array has been playing recently is just, I would say, a cut above everyone, like especially these two bottom teams. Like, they have lost some harder matches. Like they lost their last match as well on the side of Azure Array, but they're not a team that is looking to drop series against lower pack teams. Let's put it that way, right? They might drop it versus Aster, versus LGD, but versus everyone else, I think they should be favorited by a large margin.
I mean, even those series that Azure Array did drop against LG and Aster were very hard fought. However, Team Bright can maybe take some inspiration from those series, seeing a squad like Azure Array taking on teams that are favored, that have a bit more cohesion right now as an overall roster, and still being able to push those teams to the brink. Maybe Team Bright also levels up in the same capacity and makes this a very entertaining series. Coming into it though, Liz, let's be honest, Azure Array, not only are they super highly favored based on the team names, based on how they've been playing, but also I think their drafting has also been generally much better than what we've seen from Team Bright. Team Bright, they've been sort of flitting in between going to the zany style they had in Div 2 last time before they qualified for Div 1, and then trying on the other side doing very cookie cutter drafts that they don't necessarily seem fully comfortable playing with. In the meantime, Azure Array, every time we've seen them play, they look very comfortable on their heroes. Outside of like a game or two hero there, for the most part, they look like they know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's only about the drafts on Azure Array. They look like they're just playing extremely fast, because everything that they're doing has a lot of cohesion. Like all their moves are connected, very well linked. And I feel like they're understanding this patch and the way that the map should be played a little bit better than anyone else, like in the region. Like you can see Aster, you can see LGD also playing pretty well, but when they're playing versus Azure Array, it's mostly Azure Array in control. Yeah, they lose but some games, right? But they're mostly in control and they're dictating the way that the game should be played in the first 15 minutes, maybe even a little bit longer. Like which towers are taken, how twin gates are used, which rotations are done by the supports together with the offlaner. Like you can really learn a lot from them.
I think there's an excellent point that you made one of the days we were watching them play, where you said it feels like they've been playing this map for a year, not the month that it has been out. But every time they move around the map, they know exactly where to be, when to be there, and how to be very accomplished in those positionings. So we're going to be witnessing if they can do that yet again here today, as we are about to get into our first draft between these two squads. Azure Array playing on Dire side with first pick, Team Bright have the Radiant side with second pick. So let's see what we get here, Liz. Techies is left in the pool, so is Magnus, so is Medusa, so is Doom. So I'm expecting most of these heroes to be in the draft.
And you're not wrong. Techies instantly gets snatched up. It's left in the pool. And Doom gets also maybe a Medusa for Team Bright. Okay, they slow down a little bit. They pick the Silencer instead. Now Azure Array, do they pick the Medusa or do they opt to... Yeah.
Yeah. That's all you can say. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So we are very shocked, very surprised, and instantly after Anti-Mage gets banned out, maybe some Terrorblade, some Nyx. Is there anything else? Stuff like that, right? Slark, these kind of heroes. You want to get them out of the pool, protect that Medusa a tiny little bit, and just enjoy a nice, simple 25 minutes. Manta and Butterfly ending.
In the Medusa car, let's go cruise ourselves to victory. The only other ban maybe is like a Pangolier ban, but for the most part, they should be able to very adequately protect this Medusa. Before we talk about that hero, actually talk to me about the Silencer, because we have seen this hero slowly but surely, especially here in China, creeping up in priority. Not only is he one of the most preferred 5 positions, I think right now he's the most picked one, including this game, but he's also been starting to emerge more in the first phase. So what is it about this guy that makes him such a valued pick at the moment?
What's up with Darkseer, by the way, being banned out versus Medusa? Why is he strong against her? I have to read that.
Because Medusa illusions are dumb. I think that's
just
the main
because
thing.
of the illusions?
5 seconds
Just
Yeah.
remaining.
I mean, I know, yeah, they're really hard, but okay, I'll accept that answer just because of the illusions. What did you ask, by the way?
Silencer. Why is this hero picked every game nowadays?
Yeah, like the Silencer overall is just very strong in the lane. I feel like that's first and foremost. He has been like really strong in the lane for a while now, especially with Blood Grenade. Like Arcane's Curse, Blood Grenade, Last Word, it's a ton of damage. You can combo him with a lot of nice carries. Some TB with Reflection plus Silencer with Slow.
Radiant team
Just overall gives you global later on. I think he's really good.
One thing as well about the Darkseer is that you get 2 illusions, right? You get the Wall Illusion and the normal punch one out of this Dusa. So she does way too much work. Also, I love seeing that Somnus is in here backing repping the cat ear set with the headsets. You love to see it.
Yeah, he's always in the cat set, right? Like the cat ears. Like it's been.
When he's at home, yeah. You
Yeah,
can't
when
do it
he's
on land, unfortunately.
Yeah, when he's at home, he's rocking that for a long time now. But yeah, another thing about Silencer as well, of course, is there's a lot of spirits being picked on mid lane, right? So having that Silencer against them definitely comes in handy.
We'll see what other support they get for Team Bright, as they're the ones picking first out of the phase. Given that it's them, they've looked most successful when Imitator is playing the Rubik. And in general, Rubik has been one of his better heroes throughout his career. I mean, the name tells us everything we need to know. But he's looked absolutely at his best on the Grand Magus. Does have a little bit of overlap in terms of the laning phase of the Silencer, but whatever. Give him his best hero, let him play it, it's fine. Especially in a do-or-die matchup. I don't want to see him go too far out of the box under these conditions.
Yeah, usually you want to be playing your comfort zone here, maybe comfort zone / some new strat that you have just figured out. Maybe you practiced a hero that you haven't practiced before, and something that the team that you're playing against didn't prepare for. Like it doesn't necessarily have to be cheese pick, just something that they are thinking you're incapable of playing, and then you whip it out. I think it's perhaps a good approach versus Azure. And you talked about, by the way, the illusions.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. You get the Shadow Demon. That's a pretty good illusion against the Medusa. If you can get on top of her, if you can use that disruption, it's gonna be a pain to deal with.
Not only great for the illusion itself, but then you can pop Demonic Purge onto Dusa just as she uses Stone Gaze, and then she doesn't always manage to escape away. Definitely like this, but I really like the response from Azure Ray as well. Another broken hero, so we have a Magnus and another broken hero of Void Spirit. Bro, they have 3 broken heroes, 4 broken heroes, 3 universal heroes, and 3 out of these 4 heroes can play mid, 3 out of 4 of them can play safe lane, 3 of them can nominally play off lane as well. This is such an open draw from Azure Ray, despite the fact that they have the first pick.
Yeah, it's open, but what are we expecting? Most likely we're expecting Medusa on that safe lane, right? Like Mag off lane, Void Spirit mid. But like you said, they can switch things up. I think Medusa and Magnus, if anything, they could switch things up. Like Medusa can be off lane, Mag safe. But yeah, they ban out the Arc Warden. It's one of those heroes, like you talked about Bright and how they are playing some unconventional heroes but not doing too well with them. Arc Warden is banned out. They have picked it before. And TB as well. Like they get rid of 2 heroes that are really good against Medusa.
Yeah. We saw the other day that Azure Ray themselves, when they were going to pick the Medusa, when they're playing into a game against Medusa, they had the Arc Warden banned against them. We were theorizing about what this hero could provide against the Snake Lady, and I'm glad to see that more and more teams are banning this out. Also glad to see Team Bright did pick up the Phoenix Pangolier. one of his better heroes. And I think right now, if not like an outright carry counter, I think the best overall hero you can just get against the Medusa. But what's missing here, Liz? What do you want to see here from Azure Ray? It feels like there's a support missing. If you're the support right now, if you're FY or Tianming, what are you calling for to be plugged into the draft right now?
I feel like there's a variety of heroes that you can pick here. You can go for some BKB piercing perhaps versus Pango, like some Bane. But you're playing versus global, so it doesn't feel too great, but it's doable. You can go for any lane dominator like Enchantress or stuff. Undying is a different one, right? Like any lane dominator together with a Medusa. Plus you're against Doom. It just feels really good. And now Team Bright have to think about the carry and also something that deals with the Tombstone, because you don't deal with it with these four.
Yeah, they have absolutely no response to Tombstone right now. You mentioned the other day that you really like Medusa when paired with a hero like Undying. So Azure Ray setting up some strong lanes.
I feel like this is going to be the Slark, right? Like maybe something out of the meta or just like Alchemist / Slark kind of a pick.
That feels pretty good. I like Slark actually. Not that much lockdown on the side of Azure Ray. A hero that can scale super well into latter portions of the game. And when you play against Dusa, I always want to see teams that aren't reliant on like one big spell, that can poke in and out of the fight. And you can definitely do that with the Slark. So let's see. Oh, God.
Okay.
What did I do today, Liz? Did I hurt somebody to get Juggernaut, then Morphling? Two series in a row? What's going on, dude?
And 2 games of Jug as well.
Oh, gosh. Okay, The reason I'm so upset by these two heroes is because I've been losing a lot of MMR on both of them. Maybe that because signifies that I'm bad. But talk to me about this Morphling. I suppose it's mobility, yes, which we just spoke about. It can go in and out of the fight against the Medusa. Has very high attack speed, so you can't deal with the Undying. You buy the Aghanim Scepter, so if Medusa doesn't buy Moonshot, you have a way to take away her attack speed. But overall, the hero has not been looking that successful here, Liz. So talk to me, is this the kind of game where you can see Morphling doing well?
Yeah, like you said, it didn't look successful, but it's a decent game for him. Getting that Undying Tombstone, morphing into Medusa later on with tags, like getting rid of the Tombstone as well. Like he kind of does everything that you need, and he's a decent laner. So yeah, I can see the reasoning why they picked it. I still feel that it's going to be very difficult around that 25-minute mark, right? When Medusa comes online and your Morphling still is struggling or maybe just has an Ags. Like usually at that time, the game is completely broken for the side that's opposing Medusa, but we'll see. Maybe Team Bright can play it out. Like they have a lot of, I like their draft. Overall, I do think that they have some nice things. You have the Diffusal on the Pango, you have Global, you have a lot of ways of dealing with Magnus RP as well. Like Shadow Demon is good. You can Doom the Medusa or the Void Spirit. It's like, they have some nice things.
There's actually a very good point about the Shadow Demon, right? Similar to the point you made about Rubik that one time, that Mag hates playing into that matchup because you jump in, instantly you get lifted, you can't pull out the full combo. Similar scenario here with the Shadow Demon. So if the execution is good from Team Bright, we could still see a very intriguing matchup and result here, but I don't know, man. Medusa, 3 more Universal Heroes, Somnus on Void Spirit. Yeah, I'm backing the side of Azure Ray. Yeah,
look, I'm just giving people some hopium for Team Bright, but realistically, Azure Ray, they got like 4 broken heroes on their side, or 4 heroes that, like, if you're in a pub, people are either banning them or trying to pick them first, right?
The only hero they have on the side of Team Bright that lives up to a somewhat broken billing is maybe this Doom, which has been emerging first phase in a lot of pubs. But even then, compared to some of these heroes on the side of Azure Ray, especially techies, man, how is this hero this good? Dude, this lane is so scary. Like, Magnus techies, holy smokes, I'm terrified already. I haven't even seen the early lane phase slot, but I know they're going to get some kills like level 2, level 3.
Yeah, the lane itself is really difficult. Post-laning stage, you get some old school combos, right? Like, it's not the same as before, but you still can skewer them around that, around those mines. But they hit
Oh.
hard, right? Like in the lane itself. Like you have techies with 60 damage at the moment, Magnus with 66. They're gonna right click you, blast off you. Even if you're a Morphling, you need to be careful not to get blown up.
30 seconds to battle.
60 damage with 700 range. Fair and balanced on this Goblin Techies. I see no problem with this. So far, though, Team Bright potentially setting up to try and claim an additional bounty rune with Imitator. But I don't think they want to put their lives at risk and at jeopardy to get this. Although he's actually going up the hill. He's going to go get the free one here. And maybe they're trying to get more than just 3. But while he's doing this, a small skirmish might break out down on the bottom side of the map. He will be zoned away, though. He can't get this bounty. Down bottom, the
2 for
fight
2.
won't happen, so it's only 2 for 2.
Yeah, that's everything that happens. It looked promising a bit for Imitator, but yeah, Undying just comes in, zones him away.
He's actually taking a little bit of a harass right now. He needs to be careful here. There's a blood grenade on Tianming, but I think Tianming definitely wants to save these for the lane, so not going to be throwing them out onto Imitator just yet.
I mean, if you throw out the blood grenade, he just disruptions you, right? And he runs away. So it probably wouldn't be that effective. I feel like on top lane, there is some kill potential. But it's not going to be easy. I feel like Irving on his Doom, he'll just be creep skipping. He's doing it right now. I think that's a good approach always versus Undying if you're a strength melee core. On bottom lane, perhaps there's some... bottom lane looks like a more fun of a lane, at least. Like, there's a lot of kill potential on both sides. A Silencer with a Blood Grenade, with her King Curse, Morphling waveforming in, or the Blast Off, obviously. Or
Actually, I
even
might
without
see it here, because without it, Undying going to end up just dead to FY. A Sticky Bomb provides the damage. FY gets the first blood. And it's very often the case that people want some cores to get these first bloods, but with the introduction of universal heroes, universal supports that get these kills, gets the contribution they make to the game, or definitely justifies giving them this bonus gold early on.
Yeah, and that was insane. Like, you didn't even contribute a lot as Chalice. He used that one singular shockwave, and that's it. FY just continued trading hits with Undying. Like, it honestly looked a little bit too simple.
Not how they wanted to start off this game for the side of Team Bright. Given how important this game is, with Aster Ares having fallen earlier, if Team Bright loses this one, guaranteed relegation. We need to see some magic coming in from them. Down bottom, what do we want to see from this Morphling with his build-up? Because I think that's also one of the issues with this hero. That he doesn't feel as impactful with his items as a lot of the other cores do at the moment. What do you think is going to be the progression here for Heat to have an impact this game?
I know what's usually the build, like with that Manta and into Aghanim's. I feel like that's perhaps still an option for him, but I don't know if there's any better choices at the moment. You're playing versus a Medusa, maybe a Diffusal is an option, right? But it's kind of an expensive item for what you're getting. And your Pango will be building it anyway, but still, you can go for it.
It'll be so funny if Azure Array win a game with Medusa and the enemy team only has one Diffusal. They'll be like, you fools, buy 3 of them. We showed you the way.
Show some respect.
Oh, mid lane. Somnus not showing respect to Phoenix. In fact, they're going to just kill him off solo. And that is 1v1. No support rotations. No contest over runes. Pure out skill happening in the mid lane right now, Liz.
Yeah, that's just looking rough right now because your Magnus is just destroying the Morphling in CS. Somnus is winning mid with that kill. Your top lane is being zoned out completely by the Undying, like 8 CS, 9 now on Doom, which is kind of at least okay-ish. He got the ice armor very early on, so they got some nice things, and they're probably just gonna kill off the Tombstone. Actually gets denied.
Gosh. They might
Lou.
be able to kill off Lou, though,
He
as
might be
he's out
dead,
of
yeah.
mana. Does manage to get himself up. That's 4 stacks. 5. Yep, he's dead. Irving, I don't think he even dies for this. Tianming only has level 1 into the decay, so Irving will be okay.
Yeah, that's Imitator with level 2 Shadow Poison. He hit that level 3, starts stacking up. That's really nice. Because you can continue doing this to Medusa, right? Like, just get her very low. Undyne.
Dian will end up taking a tumble bottom. FY could get punished for this, but he doesn't have waveform. So FY, despite being not that speedy at the moment, still able to get away from the Morphling, who's even slower than he is.
Yeah, just no boots on Morphling. That's the biggest problem here. He can't really help. Plus no waveform, obviously. That's the second problem.
Does at least grab it now, whilst FY stacking up some camps. So Hard and the Ancient stacked up. We're going to get that farm towards the Medusa later. So even if Lu starts to have a bit more of a rough time over the next few levels, still has some catch-up opportunities. It's like you said the other day, that the top-tier teams always make sure that there's some way to play their way back into the game, and their stacks might present that for the Medusa.
Yeah, they can be taken by the Medusa. There's also Chalice who can take them, right? Because he has his Vanguard mid lane, Phoenix. This might be another one.
Phoenix falling very low, and Phoenix is actually going to die here to Somnus. FY showed up. There was a sticky bomb to slow down this Pangolier, and Somnus happily cleans him up. He's now level 6, so his kill threat is even stronger at the moment.
Yeah, they had
crazy time to be alive.
Yeah, they had the blast off as well, initiating with that on him, together with the Astral Step. Now they just want one of the runes, at least for Somnus. Let's see, it's actually on bottom lane, so he's not going to be able to pick that up. Two supports rotating in, both Imitator and Undyne, but maybe they kill Somnus actually. Look at Undyne. Look at this.
Undyne just chasing down Somnus. Somnus has a way to try and run away, but unfortunately for him, Undyne stole the haste root, so has more than enough movement speed to catch up and kill him. That was one of the funniest kills I've seen in a very long time. Undying, running down a Void Spirit, but he makes it happen.
Maybe they can take down Lu as well. They're going on him.
Dude, he's actually going to be so slowed down. An Imitator can stack up these Shadow Poisons. He's out of mana at the moment. He will pop the wand, but I don't think that's going to save him. Lu, down to 47 HP and 10 mana. Is there any way out for him right now? Imitator is going to be left behind by the rest of the team. Lu is finally going to get brought down. At the very least, Somnus, though, does get Imitator. It's not enough as a trade, but it's still okay.
Lu was fine if he took the normal route, if he just continued running, but instead he tried to, he tried to juke them a little bit, go to the left, and he just met both the Silencer and Doom.
Game is hard.
Yeah, so they are managing to kill off the Medusa twice now, which is nice, slowing her down a little bit. Suddenly that Medusa, when it comes to net worth, she's actually below all of the cores.
Yep.
So it's a pretty big deal.
That being said, though, the Void Spirit and Magnus are at the top of all of the cores as well. So it's a pick your poison type of scenario. The Medusa might not be active for quite some time yet, but Somnus and Chalice definitely want to make their presence known on the map. For now, though, Tianming might end up just taking a quick tumble here as Phoenix jumps on top of him. Undyne is the one credited with the kill. And as has become tradition when Tianming is in the game, Silencer has not leveled up Glaives of Wisdom, so no stolen intel. Feels bad.
Yeah, it's his signature build, and I believe there's a lot of Silencers right now doing the same thing. There are some Silencers that literally get Glaives of Wisdom level 1 just to trade with it. Mid lane, another one on Phoenix.
That's his, what, third death so far in this game? Really been struggling. And Somnus, it's the first time he's not credited with that kill, but he's 3-1-1 already. Not even 10 minutes in.
Yeah, they're just doing the same thing over and over again on this poor Pangolier. He needs a ward of some sort, Imitator. Yeah, he falls as well. Dude, like Somnus and FY, they're just dominating this mid lane.
Gosh. Bro, not just dominating this mid lane, but the more this tour goes on, the more I start to question, why the hell did these guys break up? Holy smokes, they're so good when they're playing on the same team. Undyne is about to lose his life to FY at the moment. One more right click from FY, not going to be enough, and he's gone a little bit too far in. Doesn't want to end up losing his life, so he will leave. But Somnus was nearby, considering making the advanced jump and still thinking about it, but probably thinking to himself that the life of the silencer, not worth the risk, so we'll allow him to live.
Yeah, he can wait up the techies, right? Like FY heals up, joins the fight again, and I'm literally right now just looking at Somnus. He's more or less the guy that this whole game is rotating around. So.
Yep. What do we think for this game? Echo Saber Manta as usual?
Yeah,
just so he has
so.
damage and a way past silence.
I think so. I think Manta overall is extremely good on Universal Heroes, so why not get it here as well?
In middle, as is the trend right now within Chinese Dota. Around this point in the game, we have 6 heroes all converging around here. When I have a jump quickly going on to Imitator, they should be able to kill him off.
Phoenix.
This all started with Tianming laying down his tombstone, and Phoenix sadly cannot find any connection with the Rolling Thunder. So this will end for nothing, and Irving showed up as well. Gonna try and make sure they at least get a kill onto Tianming, but with Chalice's arrival, this might also lead to the death of the Doom, and indeed it does, granting a double towards the Void Spirit.
Yeah, that's really, really not worth it. Like, you're Doom for an undying. Doom is almost your highest core.
Oh no, they're about to get more as well out of this list. They get the Blast Off stun onto the Shadow Demon. They should be able to set up for the Aether Remnant from Somnus. One more right click secures the kill. As the tier 1 tower falls, Chalice finds himself confronted with the Morphling, so will end up dying to the Water Boy. But that does still end up drawing the Morphling towards the mid lane. The tower falls anyway, and it's a 4 for 5. I think AR is still okay with this.
Yeah, but eventually you had to, I guess. Oh, Morphling. Oh, he does go strength fast enough. I think you're still fine if you kind of needed to respond to all of the aggression that Azure was bringing. Even though you're not happy as a Morphling to be joining fights this early on, you'd rather be hitting some creeps. It is good that you slow down their advance. One big problem that Team Bright had in that fight is Silencer hit 6, but he never had enough mana to use Global.
Feels bad. These are arcade boots right now, completely full mana. So if a fight does break out somewhere, should be ready to try and respond to this. However, for now, AR still just stacking FY right now, trying to make sure this Medusa will get as stacked and farmed as humanly possible. And they don't need to make big bombastic plays, right? Their heroes scale really, really well. Yes, you're playing into a Doom, but you have Void Spirit, you have Medusa, you have Magnus. There's no need to push the envelope right now.
Yeah, and Somnus is like, yeah, Medusa, I like you a lot, but what I also like is farm. And he's like, yeah, these Ancients... Okay, Ancients he's gonna leave, but he's only leaving the Ancients because Empower ran out. Maybe if he gets Empowered again, he'll go back and take them. I wouldn't be too surprised. But the hard camp stack, he definitely took.
Let's see what he ends up doing. He might actually be called upon for a fight, though, because Team Bright are putting in several heroes to the bottom side of the map. Insistent on mounting a potential defense. They do not have a Blink Dagger just yet on this Magnus, so it doesn't seem like Azure Ray want to force this fight just yet, but they smoke up. The Team Bright, they will not be denied. They want to use these spells somewhere, somehow. They come across Chalice. Global Silence will be popped for this one as well. Rolling Thunder will come in. Do they have the disables necessary? They're chaining him up right now. Imitator is throwing in these curses, but he's still alive on the Magnus, and he's not going to die just yet. He does end up falling, but not before he skewers some heroes back. They've already lost both supports. Irving, having been slowed up by the Magnus, will now be killed off by the rest of his lineup. As Somnus gets a double, they turn it into a 3 for 1. They're going to get the tier 1 tower anyway. And Azure Ray demonstrate their quality here in this bottom lane.
Yeah, and it was a smoke that happened on them. It was a nice smoke coming from Team Bright. The problem is, like, you just don't have enough damage. You have some control coming from Pangolier, of course, but just not enough damage at the moment. Like, look at this. They use Global and everything, and they go on the tankiest target on the side of Zure, and that's this mag. He also gets healed up a little bit, saved up a little bit by the Undying, I believe. He was there at least. The Tombstone helped. And yeah, they do get the Magnus in the end at least.
They do indeed get him, but ultimately does not feel worth Irving dying here. I believe at the time he wasn't that far off from having a new Midas. Hasn't been able to make his influence on the map felt just yet. But for me, the really big deal is that they still end up not just losing the tower, but the tower got lost to Lu. And that means that Lu's also free right now to take over these Ancients that were left behind graciously by Somnus. Nobody had to yell at him to tell him to not farm the Ancients. Lu is just going to take them right now.
You'd think
and
that,
get stronger on
but,
the Medusa.
I did see the cameras. They were yelling. Lu did look a little pissed. But yeah, he gets that Manta, like you said, on Lu. Getting actually a Diffusal on Medusa. Okay. I did not see this before. At least in the recent games, I haven't seen a Medusa. Or overall, I don't see Diffusal Medusa very often.
I saw this one game against a Storm Spirit, a Medusa going for the Diffusal Blade. And I suppose in this game, they're reckoning that, well, this Mantis, this Morphling will be very important to try and burn away his mana. So that might be the rationale here, but it is definitely very atypical even in this patch.
Yeah, I mean, Diffusal overall is good versus Morphling, just super atypical on a Medusa top lane.
Do you see that Morphling steals away their Magnus form? RP though will converge, coming in from this Morphling onto 2, maybe wants to kill off Imitator before he dies. Sadly though, Phoenix is here to render aid and prevents him from getting his prize.
Yeah, if he had Empower for the full duration of that RP, maybe he even managed to snatch a kill, but nope. This way, he just uses RP, doesn't get anything for it, and a nice pick-off from Team Bright.
Tower is under attack.
The thing that bothers me about these kind of pickoffs is ultimately I still don't think Azure really care that much. They have this Medusa that's still farming away, this Void Spirit obviously doing the normal scaling build with this Manta. Eventually Magnus will pick up the Harpoon and will still scale throughout the game. And it feels like the only hero that's doing phenomenally right now is this Morphling. The rest of the Team Bright are still playing catch-up. So I want more from them, not just these one individual pickoffs that don't lead to better map control. For example, top lane, look at this. Heat is dead. Oh my god. Is Heat actually, does he have the game sense to survive?
Radiant's bottom
Oh,
tower is
Morphling!
under attack.
Morphling! Okay, he's fine. He's okay.
He might find Lu. Let's see. Lu,
They see
Lu
Lu
we
indeed, but Lu does get off the Stone Gaze before the Doom emerges. There will be a silence that gets thrown out here, but the question is, can they keep this Medusa alive? She is running, and on the back line of the fight, here comes the rest of Azure Ray. They've picked off this Shadow Demon. What else can they get here? FY will get taken down, though, by the rest of the lineup. Sadly, Irving gets left on the high ground, and the Doom has now elapsed, so Irving will eat a Mystic Snake, get slowed down, and gets right-clicked away, as Lu is the one credited with the kill. Still alive and still standing strong, Liz, despite being the priority target.
Yeah, he used that Diffusal Blade in the end as well on the Doom. First usage, showing his sparkly Diffusal Blade off, but yeah, interesting fight. Doom went in, did Doom Lu, but Lu was a bit too quick with the Stone Gaze, right? If that Stone Gaze doesn't get popped, obviously Medusa dies there instantly, in an instant, but they just couldn't get on top. Even Pangolier using Rolling Thunder, but Rolling Thunder also doesn't work against Medusa's ult, so he also got Stone Gazed. And that should
Right now, Azure Ray happy.
Yeah, very happy. Manta flying out to the Void Spirit. Courier being a little bit overworked, flying across the map, but
There's a lot of scary items getting in for them. There's a Manta. They're about to pick up a Guardian Grease for the techies.
Radiant's top
And sadly for Team Bright, if we look at their own item progression, we're not nearly as close. Quite a long distance before we have the Scotty for the Morphling. Pango, about what, 1200 gold before we have the Aghanim Scepter. And even Doom, no Blink, no BKB, no Halberd. So still feels very vulnerable in these fights.
yeah, they are getting some things at least. It's not like they've fallen super heavily behind at least. It's just that on Azure Ray, they are getting items that they need versus Silencer. Like you mentioned, the Greaves, the Mantas, the BKBs. These are all nice things that you need. Irving,
Actually smoked up, yeah. Irving is he dead? Yeah, he's super dead. Sorry, fam. They actually choose to RP for him, actually, so this might keep him alive. Aether Remnant will be there to hold him in position, jumping in from Somnus. They really wanted Irving, but they'll allow him to live, feeling that the Crimson God might be too tough to punch through. I don't agree with them that he would be too hard to kill, but playing into Doom is a bit too tricky underneath the tier 2 tower, so I still lowered their discipline. And Chalice, nonetheless, was looking for a way to skewer him back. Doesn't find the angle, however.
You have to keep in mind that Global was used and also that Shadow Demon is nearby. So getting that kill and not being punished would be really hard.
Well, much easier to pick up a Silencer kill, though, who dies in like 4 hits. As his life gets removed, Lou thinking about just sieging through this tier 2 tower. And Team Bright, can they stop this, Liz, or do you just have to forfeit the building?
The tier 2, I think they're just giving up on. Silencer is dead for 10 more seconds. And even if he's up, you don't have Global on him, so you cannot contest this.
Oh boy. It's a 5k net worth lead right now for the side of Azure Array, but I'll be honest with you, Liz, it feels a little bit more stock than that. Let's take a look at what Dota Plus says. What do you think? Before we take a look, what do you think the win probability is going to be? I'm thinking 75 right now.
I was more like 60-ish, but okay, like 75 is perhaps fair as well. 78.
All right.
I think they're swinging way too hard, one way or the other. Like 20 minutes in, I can see it, but it's not that horrible. Scuddies are being picked up on both sides, by the way. And they should be picked up around the same time. Morphling, 2.6k gold. Medusa, 2.2. So Morphling should get it just a tiny little bit earlier.
True story, but that'll be the Morphling's second item. Whilst it might be the Medusa enclosing on her third, and now the jump in. They find this Shadow Demon. Don't kill him off just yet. Irving, beautiful Doom thrown in onto Somnus with the Global Silence on top of it. Can they kill off the Void Spirit though? Rolling Thunder does come in. Morphling goes towards the Void Spirit and does manage to find the kill. They take out the Tombstone while they're here. Now they want to pursue and continue the fight. Beautiful RP. Catches 3 heroes from Chalice, bringing them all towards Lou. FY follows up with the blast off. Nobody's dead just yet though, as they did buy time with the disruption onto Medusa. Lou gonna be forced to TP away from this, but can't do it. Adapter Strike interrupts it, and they have the damage to kill him off.
Yeah.
The attempt was there from Azure Ray. We could see the idea, Liz, but unfortunately they just did not have the damage, and they get punished super hard by Team Bright.
Yeah, I feel like they believed the win probability a little bit too much themselves as well. They went in, got very much punished. Like, you're playing versus Doom and Global. Like, if they use these 2 spells correctly, you will fall. And Morphling dishes out enough damage right now. He doesn't have a Scuddy, but Manta Ultimate Orb, he still hurts. It was a nice RP, but still not enough damage. Medusa isn't going for pure right-click. She has some hybrid build with Manta Diffusal and now going into Scuddy. Like, I can get it a little bit. You're much tankier this way. Like, Manta and Scuddy and Diffusal all give you a bit of int, a bit of mana.
Well, that fight definitely will humble Azure Ray a little bit. And even though they're playing down towards bottom, they're not playing towards the actual tower. They're playing towards the Roshan pit. But do they have a Solar Crest? They do on the Undying. So they should be able to get through him quite quickly.
There's the double damage as well on Void Spirit. So getting this is going to take seconds.
Aegis should be available. Do they just give it to the Void Spirit? Or do you give it to Medusa?
You could give it to Medusa. Let her farm a little bit longer with it. Yeah. She could join. She's got a Scuddy, by the way. So this could be already your hero that's pushing high ground and hitting it.
Oh.
Dire's middle tower.
Medusa, no longer the strongest hero on the map in terms of net worth at the very least. That honor does go towards the Morphling.
Is under attack.
The two of them are similar in level, but the Morphling did complete a Scuddy prior to Medusa. And they're both gonna trade tier 2 towers, it seems, as Team Bright pushing tier 2 top. Azure Ray doing the same thing down bottom. And then I imagine after this, Azure Ray might still continue though, because they still have the Aegis, so they might have to return from Team Bright
It's
to defend this high ground.
guess what? It's a 24-minute mark. It might not be the same item build, but it's the same timing. You get those 3 items and you go in.
If you're playing Medusa right now, heed the words of Lizard. At 25 minutes, this is where you want to be. They popped a global silence though to try and dissuade this Medusa from pushing. Nobody's dead just yet, but the Morphling will end up being able to bring down Chalice's Magnus. Stone Gaze was popped in by the Medusa as they take out Irving. So Irving is dead, no buyback, and a Doom already utilized for this fight. Chalice has buyback and ultimate, but the question is, does Lu get to escape here? 3 minutes, 40 seconds on the Aegis. Still a decent amount of HP, but his mana very shortly going away. A couple of more right clicks is all they need to kill him off. These illusions from the Medusa. One more should do it. And they do eventually make it happen. Imitator not only kills off the Medusa's first life, also takes away the Void Spirit's real life. And now might even set up for Lu to die for real. Diffusal Blade Bird will be there from the Pangolier. They'll inhibit the Medusa to make sure she cannot flee, and they'll right-click away to make sure she cannot live. Team Bright, yet again, demonstrating some great teamfight prowess here in this bottom lane here, Liz.
Yeah, Shadow Demon. Doing Shadow Demon things. Disrupting Medusa, who has a Skadi and a Diffusal versus Shadow Demon. So, dies even quicker. A peculiar choice when it comes to items from Lu, really. I felt like Butterfly and Manta is more than good enough this game.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I guess he definitely underrated the threat that the Shadow Demon poses against them. And we see it in this fight. These are just the illusions here, Liz. I mean, look at this. Before even Swashbuckle comes in, normally you're concerned about just that, but here it's not even a big thing. Imitator. This itemization not only making life harder for Lu himself, but making his team weaker overall, given how strong his own illusions are.
Yeah, I feel like we had a significant advantage on one side. Like the favor is now on Team Bright's side. We might see an upset here if they continue playing the way they have. But if you're Azure, you just have to adapt to the Shadow Demon disruption. Like, you either kill him off first, or you find a way that Medusa is too deep for him to engage that way on.
Might have to start thinking about potential Lincoln Spheres to put on top of the Medusa to protect her. But now, though, Azure Ray had went in on a small little adventure here, hoping to try and catch out somebody from Team Bright. And on the high ground, Irving, he just leapt onto here raw. Didn't have any vision of the area. What a madman. But Azure Ray do not call his bluff. And he does stay alive. To be fair, he's also supremely difficult to kill right now.
Yeah, and he had teammates close enough. I think that's also very important. They were right by his side, so if they do go on the Doom, like you said, he's tanky, he survives long enough, they turn the fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I love how this game has been so topsy-turvy. But up and down, it's a 60%, 62% chance now for Team Bright to win. But still doesn't necessarily feel like any team has a clear road to victory. One fight in either direction could change the entire game.
It comes down to these two cores as well. Medusa and Morphling and what they continue to buy. I believe Morphling has queued up a Daedalus. Okay, so but he already has the axe, by the way. And Medusa that you talked about is not going for a Moon Shard. And she can't, right? Like at this point, I don't feel it's even that good.
Is under attack.
Kinda necessary,
Yeah, at
maybe
this
later on.
point,
Yeah.
I think you do definitely need the crit damage first, and then you can come back for the Moonshot, but definitely agree with you that at this point, it's a bit too late to do it.
Yeah, look at this Team Bright smoking up. Ready to fight.
Let's see what they will accomplish here.
Who could have guessed? Like, Team Bright doing so damn well versus Azure.
This happens every season, dude. This is so annoying. Like, at the very end, the team who's doing the absolute worst will somehow find some level up against a team that's doing really, really well.
Because they're
And make
cool,
the game
you know.
entertaining.
They just want to show that everyone that they could have been first if they wanted to.
Ah, I see.
But they're the cool kids. They're not nerds. We're winning Dota. Come on.
Tower.
Maybe they realize if we win all of these games, then we have to go to the major, then we have to prepare for TI. That's too much practice. We have things to do, you know? We have other engagements planned. Maybe Irving is like, his secret life is as a model. We don't know, but Heat, this entire time, is actually in a band. So he has practice after this. Doesn't want to make sure that he spends the whole day just playing Dota.
Is he actually, or are you making that thing up? Because if he is, we can join him, or he can join us.
Now he's gonna feature on our tracks, bro. The Church of Doom is a two-person affair.
Why are we called the Church of Doom? That sounds like some black metal band.
I was actually listening to some black metal when I thought about it, and I was like, oh, this would actually be cool.
You listen to black
this-
metal?
Yeah. I have a wide variety of taste, brother.
Okay. Interesting. Demo Borgir snare. Let's go.
Oh, you missed when I was like 22, 23, I had a massive emo phase. That was some rough times.
I mean, we all have done things we regret, snare. It's okay. Don't worry.
Should have seen my hairstyles back then. I regret those, but I don't regret the hairstyle now. Now we look
What
good.
changed you? Did you watch that South Park episode with Butters when he realizes?
No, I just realized that music being good or just liking things that are popular isn't a bad thing.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Bottom lane, one of the things that's very popular is smoking up when you realize you want to make things happen on the map. And I like it from Team Bright.
Yeah,
There's a lot that they have to offer here.
FY though, smart mind, just covering himself a little bit there. It's global though.
Yeah, the global came in. They're going directly onto Somnus. He does not have any coverage there, and he's far away from FY and the gang. There's no Lotus Orbs. There's no Lincoln Spheres. Basically, zero protection against the jump-in Doom. And he ends up dead. No buyback either. Fortunately for them, there's no Roshan to be claimed by Team Bright, but this is a big setback for them.
Yeah, for almost minute and a half, no rush. So it's a big setback in like the goal department. It's also because they're losing map control, but they shouldn't lose more unless they really commit. Because if you're Azure, you don't know if Rosh is up or not, right? And because of that, you might opt to go for a fight here.
They definitely know that the side of Team Bright is still hovering around the area. Do they just try to get themselves deep in? Chalice has Blink Harpoon and it does still have access to the RP. And the big deal is that they know that there's no more global, but crucially, there's no more Doom for quite a significant portion of time.
Yeah, but the positioning on Team Bright, Morphling.
You see, Chalice can find the skewer, but like you mentioned, positioning, the only hero that's in range for a skewer is the only hero that will never die from a skewer combo.
Yeah, but they do
As
smoke
Morphling
up.
easily gets out.
They smoke up, and I believe they know where. Like, you should know where Team Bright is.
Get the skewer back. This time around, it's on Imitator. And the Shadow Demon, unlike the Morphling, doesn't have easy tools for escape, so he does get himself killed off. On the other side of the fight, Somnus looking towards bringing down Undyne and will be able to claim the life of the Silencer. There was indeed a buyback from the Shadow Demon to try and return into this fight, and they do manage to kill off this Undying. Irving putting a lot of pressure onto Somnus. Somnus losing his life. Somnus will die to the Adaptive Strike of Morphling. It's going to be a double kill for the Morph. There was an RP from Chalice, but not onto the priority targets. So Azure Ray will have to flee from this fight as the Medusa loses all her mana, gets right-clicked down by Heat, and Heat with this Daedalus going absolutely freaking ham in this fight, Liz.
I really
So
think
much damage, an ultra kill, 7,000 damage from him.
it's kind of hard to say it because the teams are generally considered very different. Like Azure is considered much stronger than Team Bright, but you couldn't tell in these last couple of minutes, like last couple of fights. And honestly, this looks like, for me, a very difficult game to come back to if you're Azure. Maybe some insane RPs on the high ground, but Heat right now, this Morphling,
Bottom tower.
how do you deal with him? He morphs into Medusa, he's a better Medusa, basically. That 25-minute mark when they were pushing high ground, it failed. Like, they didn't manage to get it. And since then, this is completely in Team Bright's control. Like, look at Heat, what he's doing with the Medusa. It's like crazy.
I yet again go back to asking, what did I do wrong today? I have to witness a Morphling do well, and I saw a Juggernaut win earlier. What is going on here? Amazing performance though from Heat. He's also got a ton of net worth into his coffers. Once this butterfly emerges, we're so far away from having an MKB for the Medusa. She needs her own butterfly first. Nobody else is gonna buy the MKB. How do they deal with the Morphling at that point?
Yeah, they just don't have enough lockdown, not enough cash. Like, you have the RP, the Techies bombs, Techies blast off, that is, but it doesn't feel like it's enough. You can all hide in the Tombstone, though. That's the Undying did get Tombstone Aghanim Shard, so.
Hey. They should actually allow the whole team to be inside the Tombstone.
Right.
And like for each hero inside the Tombstone, it adds like +5 hits to kill it.
Irving, he's in.
He's running off to set Undying, but not going to be able to catch up in time. But with the help of Heat, maybe he might. Heat, though, gets up Heat and skewered inside the base. They really want this Morphling. Global Silence, though, will be there to help cover him. Still, though, his first life is under jeopardy and it will be taken away. At the same time, Tianming will die outside of the base. The question is, can they get the Morphling the second time? So far, they cannot. Aether Remnants does get dropped down, but the more important thing is the skewer. Chalice, yet again, dragging Heat into the base. But like you said, he becomes an even better Medusa. Uses the form to help kill off Chalice. Finishing him off with the Adapter Strike. And now with the bash, going out onto the Medusa. Lu, no HP, no life so quickly. Oh my god, and no buyback either. That might just be the game. Somnus. Can he get out of here? Gets doomed up. Had the Manta to evade the Adaptive Strike, but nothing to deal with the Doom. He is also dead without buyback.
Okay.
And do my eyes deceive me? Listen, this is not possible. This can't be happening.
They don't have any creeps, so that's possible, and that's happening. They don't have any creeps in the base. Top lane not pushed in, bottom lane not pushed in. Because of that, this isn't straight up game, which it could, it really could have been. Morphling is now sitting on a very comfortable 10k net worth advantage over the Medusa, finishing off a Satanic very soon. I mean, you can defend perhaps one more time, but it's not going to change the outcome. I feel like this game still is very easily won by Radiant. 87% win rate probability, that is.
Only 87?
Only 87, yeah. I guess it's the Medusa plus RP factor, right?
That is true. And to be fair, it is only one lane of racks at this point in time. The tier 2 tower is still standing. It should still fall on this next creep wave. However, everyone will be respawned in time to defend the rest of the base.
I feel like you have to prevent this Morphling from morphing into you. Like, if he morphs into Lu, that's it. You cannot kill him, you cannot stop him. But you can also not stop him from morphing into you. Like, that's... He's just gonna wait.
You know, in retrospect, not only is this Diffusal Blade really proving to be detrimental for the Medusa, but the lack of not just going straight up Moonshot. Who was it that we saw buying Moonshot straight into Morphling?
Not sure, it was done yesterday, right?
Yeah, like yesterday or day before or something.
Yeah.
But it looked so good as when you get it
yesterday, that's it.
Basically as soon as the Morphling gets axed. As we see FY die. Sadly though, in this game, the Medusa not only does not have the Moonshot, she's great for a Butterfly first because she's not going to have this in time. So that means it's not going to be the pure improvements that the item is supposed to represent in the fight. She's still going to be heavily gimped by this Morphling.
Yeah, the Morphling also takes her attack speed, right? And at the same time, there's... Oh, skewer back.
Okay. Can they actually kill the Morphling? He does manage to dodge the RP with the waveform away. Chalice sadly couldn't find anything there. And Heat takes over the Medusa form. Yet again, doing quite a lot of work with this. Chalice goes in once more. Really wants to try and get this kill. The Global Silence will be popped, but look at the Medusa go. Satanic coming in from Heat just to keep himself alive and dish out the damage necessary to win this fight. 2 heroes have fallen. Buyback immediately comes in from the Medusa. But Heat still has the Medusa form. He's still a superior hero. Can just stand on the high ground and wail away at this tier 3 tower. Phoenix now jumping in onto Lu. They burn away all his mana. He's forced to Stone Gaze and try and run himself away. But even then, can't do anything to defend the actual buildings. They lose the life of Somnus on his Void Spirit. The racks will fall now. And we have almost full megas. FY will end up getting brought down as well. There's going to be a very nice jump in on the back end of the fight by Phoenix. He almost dies. We're going to be forced to flee. And although Azure Ray forced away the Void Spirit to keep him alive, and they forced the Pango to flee, they can't kill off the Morphling just yet. Lu really wants to get this damage out onto Heat, to get skewered back in closer to the fountain. He still has so much HP. He's out of mana, however. Dragged back in by the Aether Remnant. Chalice really wanted to find one more skewer, but Heat's able to wave him away. The rest of his team clean up the racks. And they're not done just yet. They're gonna go mid.
Yeah, why not? Medusa is dead for 100 seconds, more or less. Magnus.
Let's see, can they kill off Chalice? Chalice will die almost instantly here. Rolling Thunder from Phoenix keeps him chain disabled. Imitator finds a Demonic Purge onto Tianming, and that enables them to get that kill as well. Nobody has buybacks on the side of Azure Ray, so it's gonna be straight up mega creeps. And there's no reason to leave the base right now for Team Bright. They are much stronger.
Yeah, you can end this. 36k ahead. Let me see. The graph, what does it say? 99%. They're still giving 1% even after GGs are called. Yeah, what a disaster for Azure, man. We've been hyping up Team Bright. Like, there is... Honestly, I really didn't think there's a chance that Team Bright takes a game off of someone of Azure's caliber. I just didn't. I didn't see it happening. But Team Bright stepping it up, playing much, much better than they usually do. It's like they understand it's their one last stand at only go to stay in the division. They have to win this game and perhaps another one to stay in. But
I mean, this is sometimes what happens, right? We see the impact of desire and the impact of necessity.
I would say
kicking into a game like this.
I would say impact of interesting item builds as well. Like Medusa getting Diffusal into the Shadow Demon. Yeah, that hurt them quite a bit. And like everyone is doing the same build more or less, like Manta Butterfly. I'm not sure what forced him to go for the Diffusal Skadi instead. Like Skadi into Morphling is good, of course, but they started pushing even with the Manta Diffusal. It was just a very hard game after that. Bottom push.
Well, maybe it might have been a situation where they got baited after the last time out, where they built those 3 Diffusal Blades into a Medusa. Maybe Lu just felt that he had to have Diffusal Blade playing into one of these cores that requires their mana to be burnt. Sadly, though, I think in retrospect, he definitely wouldn't have done it. Way too much work was done by this Shadow Demon. Way too much work was done ultimately by this Morphling. And the lack of having that Butterfly. Like, if they go for that fight that you were mentioning on the top with the 25-minute push with Butterfly instead of Diffusal Blade, a lot is different about that fight, but with only Diffusal, he never actually gets to the Butterfly. Nobody on Team Bright has to buy the MKB, and they ultimately come away with the victory, giving their first victory so far here in the DPC and keeping their hopes of staying in Div 1 alive. Now we have a very difficult question though here, Lizard, because one word might naively want to say Heat gets easy MVP for going 16-0-10, but Imitator was owning this game as well. So I'm going to leave it to you. Support Imitator or Heat carry Morphling? Who gets the MVP?
I'm sorry. I know we all want to give MVPs to supports. And yeah, Shadow Demon definitely did bring them back into the game. He secured the chances, but he was the one that actually won it. 16-0-10. Give this man an MVP. This was on a hero that you actually hate as well. So
yep,
even better, you know, like just doing quite a lot. That bottom fight around Roshpit, he gets an ultra kill, turns everything upside down. Suddenly, Medusa and Azure boys, they just didn't stand a chance really after that fight.
Yep. That fight did really seem where the entire game swerved around, not just in favor of the side of Team Bright, but absolutely in their favor, where it would take miracles for Azure Ray to try and recover from that position. And not only do they win their first game, but they do the most important thing here, Lizard, of making me look dumb here on the mic. Well, with that first game in the bag, Azure Array will now have to demonstrate they have what it takes to mount a comeback here, because if they fail to do so, that will be their major ambitions being seriously curtailed and almost certainly dashed if they don't get this much needed W over Team Bright. For Team Bright though, this is paving the way for them to stay in Division 1. So let's see if there's enough road for them to remain here, or if Azure Array will make us take a very stark U-turn. We find out very shortly after a break. So the Church of Doom will be back in a second with some more Dota 2 action. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese DPC. We are going to be continuing with our third and final week of Division 1 for the 2023 season and witnessing which teams claim the last spot to the major, who goes home to be relegated into Div 2, and of course, who just gets to hang out into 2024. Game 1 went the way of Team Bright, a surprise upset up against an Azure Ray Team Lizard, who were looking incredible up until this first game. So going into game 2, their confidence will certainly be rattled. What do they need to do in order to make sure they still win the game and keep the hopes of going to Bali alive?
Yeah, they need those hopes, right? Like they don't want to be missing this major if they want to get to the TI. If there even is a mathematical chance for them to go that way, but what do they need to do? I don't know. I would switch up some item builds maybe. Like that's one of my approaches, at least. If they had the same draft, everything the same, and just switched it up a little bit on Medusa, I feel like the game would have been easier. But you know, it happens. You lose some games with 3 universal heroes, or was it 4? How many did they have?
3 universal heroes plus Medusa, plus Undying. That's crazy.
Sometimes you can have too much of the good stuff, you know. You need balance in life. You need to have one broken hero and one hero that's barely playable, you know. You need to have the ups and the downs. You need balance for the win. But
I see.
Yeah, Team Bright opening up with Faceless Void in the first stage. Damn, that's different.
Okay, some confidence being shown. So far, we don't have much damage going into the bubble itself, but we have been seeing a lot of Faceless Voids ban out in the second phase, especially here in the Chinese region. So I can imagine if Heat feels really strongly about this hero, that he's like, guys, let's get it before they will remove it at some point down the line.
Yeah, if you're a Zoo Ray, there are ways of dealing with the Faceless Void. Some heroes that can get on top of him, eliminate him, silence him up. Like, those are your options. Also, heroes that don't really care too much about Chrono aren't necessarily played a lot, but these tanky boys, right? Like, on carries, back in the day, you would think about Raid King, but that guy's absolutely, completely dead at the moment. And guess what? No one banning out the Medusa, so far at least.
Yeah, left completely within the draft. I think Team Bright, after their success in game 1, sort of daring Azure Ray, like, go ahead, pick it. We think we have the solution with the Silencer and the Faceless Void.
Yeah, but in that last game, Morphling, I believe, was together with the Shadow Demon. That has to be said, but still, the Morphling was a big solution. Right now, they don't have that, and they don't have space for him as well. So I'm not sure. If I was a Zoo Ray, I'd give it another go.
We'll see what they decide to do here. In terms of Lou carries, he can play Medusa, he can play Alchemist, he can play TA. Lone Druid still in the pool.
Yeah, he has a wide hero pool in comparison to when he just came into the scene, but there isn't a wide hero pool left for mid lane, by the way. There's Void Spirit, there's Wind Ranger. That's it, like, out of all the popular heroes right now.
Everything else did indeed get banned out. Team Bright will pick up that Void Spirit that you just mentioned. And of course, they will go back for the Imitator Rubik. We were denied the opportunity to see it in game 1, but it will grace our screens here in game 2. So for Azure Ray, as you mentioned, we could still be having this Wind Ranger emerge. Potentially Batrider could go mid, but he hasn't been played mid all that much lately, so it's very unlikely. Is there anything else that you can see that's still in the pool that stands out as a good contestation against Void Spirit?
I still like the Wind Ranger the most, I would say. Just pick her up, have a decent lane. Later on in the game, you're solid. But it is kind of difficult versus Chronosphere, perhaps, so maybe that's why not. What else is picked on mid lane at the moment? I feel like everything that's popular has been banned out already. And by the way, I've called for Dragonite like 30 times and he never got picked up. I just gave up.
I was actually literally about to ask you, what about DK, bro? Why have you lost faith in DK? But okay, remind everybody at home, why did you keep calling for him, especially when you saw these Spirit matchups emerge on the enemy team? What makes DK a good matchup into them?
No, it's not only versus Spirits. I was calling him versus different heroes. He's just decent into many things, like into co-op that's been popular earlier as well. You can heal up through her, and mostly I was calling him more Puck in those situations. Versus Faceless Void and other spears, he's solid. He's not incredibly amazing, but they do get another instant disable versus both Voids, and they get some scaling from the mid lane as well. So overall, just a solid run-of-the-mill Dragonite, you know. No one is gonna write poems about the Dragonite, but no one is gonna hate him either. Like, he's just gonna do his job.
That's how you know that DK is a true knight. True knights do not do what they do for glory or for the sake of songs from bards. They do what they do because it's right, even though we will not remember their actions. So Team Bright, what do they have here to try and punish this DK and put into the off lane for Irving? His Doom has been banned out. The Magnus has been taken away. There's no Pango. There's no Timber. There's no Monkey King. There's no... Well, people... I don't think you're going to play AM in this kind of game. There's no Tide. There's no Underlord. What is there in the off lane to play here?
What's left in the pool? Even the Tide got banned out. Okay. Beast
How do you feel about
obviously out.
Sento?
Okay, an option. It's an option. Some Legion Commander versus bad.
Dire team pick.
Oh, that's nice.
They get it.
Nice. Nice.
I mean, still no damage into Chrono, right? So that's a problem, I suppose. But she's a pretty solid laner. Like, I'm surprised this hero isn't picked at all. Like, she is kind of dead. Can Azure pick against this? Maybe some troll? Like, also a hero that's not picked at all. Or just go back to the Medusa, come on. Bring it to us. Bring the Medusa back. Give the people
See
what
what
they
the
want.
option is.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go Medusa. I would pick Terrorblade if I was them. Maybe not Medusa. But it could still be Dusa. Let's see. Lone Druid, the other Lu hero. Well, we did mention all the Lu heroes, right? We said Lone Druid, we said Terrorblade, we said Medusa, we said TA. He goes for the Lone Druid. This is his other best hero. And I think the reason and the rationale for going for this is twofold. Very good against Legion Command in the laning phase. But ultimately, the better thing is that it can win the game before Faceless Void comes online. And ideally, you know that 25-minute mark that you keep mentioning with the Medusas, when you want to be ending out the game? As Lone Druid, if the game is going well enough, you're not trying to set up to end the game by 25 minutes. You're already taking at least one lane of racks at that point in time. So I like what I'm seeing here. It's also a bit of a beefier hero as well. Do you like it though, Lizard? The smarter man amongst us, the ex-pro player. What do you make of these drafts? Do you think Team Bright has what it takes to make this a real upset and go 2-0 up?
Like, when you say ex-pro player, man, that was a very long time ago. I don't think it's that relevant any longer, but Lone Druid, yeah, I think it's solid. Like, you get these 3 cores that are super tanky. It's kind of hard to chew through them in the Chronosphere. Like, looking at the game like this one, I wouldn't even mind a vessel being built on someone. Like, anyone, just get that vessel to help out with all the bulk that's coming against you. But yeah, it's kind of hard to go against Azure when they're picking full comfort zone. Even though they lost that game, won that easily. I don't know what happened to Team Bright. I mean, this is a completely different team. If they played the way they played game 1 throughout the season, they'd be looking to go to Major and not to get relegated. Like, they would be in a different pair of shoes completely.
Regrettably, the particular waveform that we're on in our universe doesn't allow for us to witness a Team Bright at a major. The best we can hope for is maybe witnessing them in Division 1 in 2024. But they need to win this game to get to that point in time.
Yeah,
It's going to be a difficult affair for them. It's not an easy game to win against Azure.
We'll see if Azure Ray allows them to get there. It's only one win away. If they can take this one, if they could snatch this one up, they could be there. Irving, like, I do remember him. I do recall him playing this Legion quite a bit. So it's not out of his comfort zone. I guess the build will be similar to many offlaners, like some Vanguard into a Blink. Maybe a Blade Mail here and there. But
Do you think he should end up doing quite well with this hero for the most part?
it all depends on how they set up their lanes, because I don't think it's going to be easy for him versus Lone. Like, Lone Druid might just destroy him in the laning stage.
That concerns me a lot, I'll be honest. I think they have to do something special, honestly. Because it feels like a uber hard lane to be playing here. Maybe if they get this first blood, it might help, FY. Pushes them back with a flame break, and that should be enough to secure his own life. Yeah, he'll be okay.
Yeah, and he snatched the room, by the way. So 3 bounties going for Azure Ray.
So if they get first blood, it's GG?
Yeah. First blood, and that's it. Confirmed. That's what it takes. You get 1 more bounty rune, and you get the first blood. The game is confirmed.
So looking at these 3 lanes, mid lane, we've seen this before, don't anticipate too much happening. Top lane will of course know that there's pressure that can be applied by Lone Druid. Lone Druid by Crystal Maiden, definitely I expect some kills to happen that side of the map. By the way, you know FY playing this Batrider? Years and years ago when FY was the position 4 player from China, he was the one to popularize this. Before like anyone else was doing it, it was FY showing us the prowess of this 4 position Batrider. So just coming back home, it's nice to see.
Yeah, he's been innovating and playing a lot of things that the new kids think they're so cool and special with right now. A long time ago. Look, if you want a position 4 in your team, it's probably FY, right? Like, it's hard to argue for anyone over him. Just a god of Dota
FY
on
god.
that 4, yeah.
The prince of the Chinese region, still showing us his royal technique in a lot of these games. Through the middle, God, you know, I mean, you've heard me many times despair about the state of the modern mid lane, where so many of their matchups are so close, so skill based, and so level 6 dependent that we don't get kills up until that point. But my God, DK Voidspirit has to be way up there in terms of uber boring matchups.
Yeah, but in that last game, Somnus got a ton of kills as well, right? Like, he got 2 or 3 kills on the mid lane. One of them being solo.
That's true. So just be Somnus. Top lane might have a first blood emerging for Tianming. 1 more right click, but he loses vision of Imitator, who gets just beyond the tree line. He's able to keep himself alive.
And can't follow him. Meanwhile, what's happening when it comes to last is Dragonite actually just destroying Void Spirit so far. Somnus doubling up on the CS. Oh, he had a wave pushing in, so it's not as bad.
Wow. Level 2 overwhelming odds. Irving just got it off the creep wave. And damn, the increase in the damage output. Lone Druid was not expecting it. Lu taking a rare tumble, and to make matters worse, Lizard, that was after he'd summoned a bear. So now he has to spend 50 seconds, no bear in the top lane for Lu.
I thought this lane would be much better for him. Bottom lane?
So did I. Bottom
Right.
lane is not going to go much better for the rest of Azure Reyes. FY taking a lot of pressure right now. Will end up losing his life towards Undying. That is going to be a very nice kill for the Silencer. Doesn't even need to have the glaives for that one. It's more about oppressing the wave itself.
Yeah, I love how that's the thing we always discuss. Everyone just wants to see the -2. And I love what Chalice is doing here. Like, he's not even going for a kill or anything. He just uses Skewer on the Void to move him away from the creep wave. By doing that, Void just missed like 2 ranged creeps and 1 melee. It's like 3-4 creeps missed for 1 Skewer. That's value coming out of Chalice right there. And the first blood, by the way, on top lane is huge for Irvine, because like, it's not only that you kill off the Lone Druid, it's the fact that you're going to have the Vanguard very fast. So suddenly that bear might not even be able to kill you.
Bottom lane, they're going to kill off Undying.
Under attack.
So on both sides of the map, we're going to see some degree of advantage for offlaners. The Vanguard will emerge quite quickly for this LC, but Chalice not far behind either on his Magnus down bottom.
Yeah, he's really close too. He actually has even more net worth, I believe, right? Or yeah, not
Just behind.
just behind, yeah.
It only shocks me how much net worth and gold First Blood is worth. It's kind of obscene. For
Yeah,
now,
but
though,
it's
it's still going to be an overall advantage.
it's the first blood, you know. It makes the people go. Let's go, get that first blood. That's what it's all about.
So looking bottom, as Chalice just picks up this Vanguard, what do you want to see from this Magnus here? Are we going to be going for, yet again, Harpoon first before coming back for the Blink Dagger? Or do you want to see Blink first for this game for Chalice?
I think Harpoon is fine. You're playing versus the Rubik, so Blink Dagger in, RPing perhaps isn't as easy. Getting that Harpoon, you're always going to be able to farm, right, with the Halberd. I think that's probably better. By the way, Dragonite definitely winning this mid lane. 31-12. Now what you gonna do? He has the Bracer, he's just spamming you with Breathe Fire. You can't really hurt him, he has 2 levels of Dragon's Blood.
It's just DK things, man. It's going to de-ward you as well with the help of Xianming, who's showing up for this lane. Undyne is in a little bit of danger up on top here. It's being ran down by FY and Chalice. Will try to TP out and will be able to get himself away. Imitator, will he be as lucky? That is the question, and the answer is no. Taken down by Chalice.
Yeah, he spent a little bit too much damage in the Firefly. That's 60 per second. Yeah, meanwhile, Legion was forced to rotate mid just to defend this tower against Dragonite, and the rotation is Phoenix goes top. Okay, so they're really putting more value on defending the tier 1 mid than on shutting down the Lone Druid.
Okay. I guess they know that the Lone Druid is going to be playing fairly safely from here on out for the next few minutes. So they can maybe feel like they can justify this kind of move. Phoenix, though, not level 6, so can't threaten this LD. Lu should just be able to easily free farm the top side of the map.
Yeah, that definitely does feel that way. Maybe another thing that you can do on Bright is you could leave the Void, because he's level 5. Maybe if he gets RP'd, he dies, but even then it's not super likely.
I guess maybe they'll leave him once he has treads. But at the treads mark, then he definitely doesn't die.
Yeah.
Chalice, about to get level 6. This one creep will give it to him, and FY, as well as Tianming, are nearby, ready for him to trigger off his ultimate onto the Faceless Void. And Somnus is also making his way down bottom. They really want to kill Heat, but if Heat can evade this would feel so good. And Heat, for now, still alive, getting himself back, gets scouted out by the Crystal Nova. FY, flying over this Crystal Crevasse. Looking in towards Heat, doesn't have Lasso though, and Irving has also made a rotation in. He has the access to the ultimate. The RP will come in first though. Not gonna be a Legion Commander duel just yet. Imitator gonna find himself skewered in with Irving. Imitator dies first. Irving still can't get off the duel. Frostbitten up by this Crystal Maiden. Imitator will be able to watch Irving die. Somnus gets himself a double kill from this. Frostbite going in onto Heat. Somnus throwing in another stun with the Dragon Tail. Will eventually be able to get a kill, turning it into a triple. Phoenix though mops him up for a double of his own, turning it into a triple of his own, as he also killed with a Batrider. So we have 7 heroes dying all the way in the bottom lane. However, the Void Spirit, the main beneficiary of that fight, walking away with a ton of gold for getting all of those kills.
Yeah, like he needed some recovery and he definitely got it. It was such a silly fight coming for Bright because they didn't have the Chronosphere. Void was like 15-20 experience away from level 6. Legion Commander goes in, destroys them with Overwhelming Gods. It was insane just how much damage he dealt. And you can see it in the recap, like 2.5 damage done just by the LC. But unable to duel anyone. And now Silencer dies again.
And the thing is, LC, one of those heroes that does very well, but requires this duel to be able to scale to her maximum potential. You see a catch onto FY, can't get the kill though from Phoenix because the Frostbite was there from Tianming, and now Somnus wrapping around, getting the Dragon Tail stun out. Do they have enough disable? They do, but Heat comes in with a disable of his own, dropping the Chronosphere onto 2, ensuring they can't chase Phoenix. Phoenix actually jumps back in with the Astral Step to kill off Tianming. Skewer back from Chalice. Phoenix, Astral Step, coming back again in 3 seconds, and Somnus gonna be completely surrounded by the 5 heroes of Team Bright, dueled up for his efforts as well. And Team Bright not only get the core kill, Not only do they defend the tier 1 tower bottom, they get some dual damage to boot. And Blizzard, it's looking like game 1 might not have been a fluke. Team Bright might actually be on it today.
Okay, look, they are on it today, and it's looking much better than ever, for them at least. At the same time, there is one difference in these two teams, Lu. Like, one carry on one side is fighting 24/7. Carry on the other side literally isn't joining. Like, Lu is just farming up. So he's, by the way, he's not getting a lot of farm difference against the Void. And FY falls mid together with the silencer.
Bye, FY.
Yeah.
More gold towards this Void Spirit as well. Phoenix getting him high up there, top 3 in the net worth charts right now. It's AR. You know, we had the situation in the series that they lost up against LGD, where one of the games pretty much came down to being the Somnus show. And I'm hoping that this doesn't end up in the same capacity. So far, Somnus, net worth leader, looking not super bad, has a Blink Dagger flying in, but I want to see them convert this Blink Dagger into something on the map here, Liz. I don't want to just see them sitting back and farming, lest we find ourselves hoping and praying that Somnus and Lu get big enough to carry the ultra late game for Azure Array.
Yeah, the Blink Dagger will be great because you have the Blink, you have the FY hitting 6 now, so he should have Lasso after a creep. Yep. They can smoke up, initiate perhaps with the Dragonite, and then follow up with FY. So a ton of control. But they're going on a Silencer, damn. Like,
no, they're going on to Lone Druid top lane. Silencer does get the global silence out just before he dies as well, which covers Irving as he gets the dual kill. Amazing play from Team Bright. Immediately smoking onto Lu. Yeah, you lose Silencer, but because you still have all your priority heroes, you can come back to defend the mid lane, denying Azure Ray a way to go forward, and you kill Lone Druid, one of their biggest siege engines, without the ultimate from Somnus. This feels so good for the side of Radiance.
Feels great. I didn't expect that to happen. Can they get Void? Oh, almost. They were trying. Skewer is on top of the Twin Gate, but doesn't get him before he goes through. Lone Druid mid. I mean, Lu, you gotta be careful, man. Like, no more. No more deaths. He might actually die again, like, seriously.
No way, dude. He's not allowed to die. He just resummoned another bear. If they could kill him again, it would be so huge. But Phoenix and the boys do jump away because Azure Ray are bringing in all the reinforcements. Imitator did get stunned up, but we saw the press the attack, bailing him out of trouble. Lu, down to half HP, needs to worry, but Chalice finds 2 heroes with the RP. It's only the supports, however. A duel at the same time goes out onto the Crystal Maiden to cancel out the freezing field, and there comes Heat with the Chronosphere onto 4. Doesn't have the damage to kill everybody, but does have the time to set up for his team to make the turnaround. They bring down Chalice first. Lu trying to run away from the tier 1 tower. He dies. That's a bear resummon gone away as well. And Azure Array get turned on. Team Bright show their strength.
Damn.
And Heat, yet again with an MVP play here, bailing his team out of trouble and turning around that entire team fight.
That was insane, both from him and the Phoenix Void Spirit. Like, they did so much. Unfortunate for Imitator. He's getting run down here by FY.
But he's setting up onto FY. He might not even die here. He steals away the sticky napalm. One more right click will kill off the Batrider. Fadebots actually gets the kill.
Oh.
And you wanted a Spirit Vessel this game. Imitator's building it for himself on this Rubik. He survives these engagements. It's so good.
Very nice, very nice. I was thinking maybe Rubik or Faceless Void could get it. Obviously, much better on Rubik to get it. When I said unfortunate, I wasn't thinking about the top fight. I was thinking about the Chronosphere on the mid lane. Like, Imitator steals Freezing Field, but he uses Chrono on top of him. He couldn't find the angle. Like, as Freezing Field was running from Rubik, he couldn't find the angle to use the Chrono next to him. He had to use it on him. The fight could have been even better, but the fight was already pretty damn great for Team Bright. By the way, 2 Crimson Guards purchased. One on the side of Magnus. Magnus purchased it, and on the other side, Legion Commanders. So, mirroring each other. Absolutely.
I'm a bit more scared of the LC one because it's more realistic to me that LC gets hers off. Magnus might not always get hers off, and right now, He did manage to pop it, but he will still end up dead here. Global Silence has been utilized to ensure that they kill him off. Tianming closes the gap, goes into the freezing field after they find the stun onto Phoenix, but they don't have enough chain disable. Even with Dragon Tail and Lasso, Phoenix is able to get out of it and instead just kill off these supports, turn it into a monster kill streak for himself. Additional kills for Team Bright, a tier 1 tower overall. And my God, potentially a 2-0 sweep to keep the Div 1 hopes alive overall for the squad.
I can't believe this is happening, really, because AR, like, I expected them to go to the major, but if they lose this one, their dreams are pretty much gone. They are getting like closer to the Dezo, I suppose, on low, right? That's the magic timing for the lone druid. It's just that you expect it to be much, much sooner. Chalice, once again, on mid
Definitely
lane.
much sooner. Chalice found a skewer onto Phoenix, but should find himself killed off potentially. They actually lose their... I'm very surprised they lost their nerf there. Maybe Undyne feels, guys, I don't have global. Let's not take any unnecessary risks. The game is going well for us so far. We don't need that Chalice kill to increase our odds of winning this game.
Yeah, so far they were pushing the tempo quite well, but it's okay. Like, they don't get one kill on Magnus. It doesn't really hurt them too much. They smoke up, they go bot. They don't have the vision on Lone Druid, but they are guessing where he is.
Bottom tower is under attack.
See if they make the correct read as to where he should be playing. They draw a... Oh, dude, look at that circle that's drawn. Imitator knows exactly what's up. But Lu also knows exactly what's up, as he's going to TP out to safety. Both himself and Tianming will not get caught out here. And they don't have a Solar Crest just yet on the side of Team Bright, so this does diminish their capacity for going for the Roshan itself. FY, just farming some of these creeps, but does have the drums. Will be able to pop these and get away to safety.
Yeah, so they don't get the kills on bottom. At the same time, they don't get the kills on top. But maybe they can initiate. Chalice here getting closer to Phoenix. You don't have the damage, though. That's the problem. Like, on the side of Bright, if you initiate with, let's say, whoever, really, you have this Faceless Void or Void Spirit that can follow up on top of you and really burst targets down. On the other side, not really. Your damage is kind of over time. Like Dragon Knight, Magnus, Bat Rider, no one with any burst damage. Maybe in 200 gold, Lu gets the Dezo and things change.
It's a very good point that up until the point where the Lone Druid is there with the big bear, with Deso and all these things, damage outlay concerning. And not made any easier by the itemization from Team Bright. Irving waiting for a Heaven's Halberd for himself. We're going to have the Manta suit for Phoenix. Imitator will have Spirit Vessel. Even Undyne going to have a Solar Crest for himself. So these heroes are a lot more difficult to kill. But I don't think they have these kind of difficulties because middle, they're thinking about jumping on Chalice. He does not have a Blink Dagger just yet. But they do not choose to make the full grab. Even though there actually was no allies behind him. If they made this jump, he would have died for sure.
Yeah, they do still see him, by the way. And they have DD now. They're going in. Chalice.
They're doing the jump now, but this time around, Somnus is nearby enough to render some assistance. Global Silence will be popped. That enables them to still kill off the Magnus with the double damage rune of Phoenix. The question is, can Phoenix get out of this? Lu, he's here. He's just brought in the bear. He needs to watch himself. It has been proven that he's not that tanky if these heroes get on top of him.
Yeah, he's got that.
But he should still be okay.
Yeah, he's got that Dezo, and he did show himself mid, but Faceless Void is also showing top, so maybe you aren't that happy to take this fight any longer if you're Team Bright. And that's why Azure smoke up. Undyne.
Oh my god. Did he just pop 3 hero smokes for nothing? But it's not for nothing because Somnus finds Phoenix. This is an even better grab. But the chain disable is not coming in just yet.
Oh, the
Chronosphere catches 4 heroes. They will not be able to kill off this Void Spirit because his team will back him up. Both supports are gone. Chalice finds an RP, but it's only onto Imitator. Imitator could well steal the spell and turn it around. They get the duel in onto Somnus. Chalice gets killed off by Phoenix. Lu's bear is about about to die. Lu himself might not fare any better as he's being chased by the Void Spirit. Aether Remnant in 1 second. They don't even need it. They find it anyway, though, and they bring him down. It's a team wipe. It's Team Bright. Ascendant in Game 2 as well as Game 1, and now rewarded with a Roshan for all of their efforts.
Yeah, straight into the pit. After a full team wipe from 4k to 9k advantage, this game is looking... That was without Global as well, but with an amazing Chronosphere. Void Spirit, like, he could have gotten away. Instead, he lets himself get lassoed here. He could have ulted out, look. Yeah, but he doesn't care. He just turns so easily with the massive chrono, and I don't know who the pep talker is for Team Bright, who had like some post-game motivational speeches after all the losses that they've had, but whoever it is, like, good job to him. Somnus should blink out.
Somnus should be okay, but he will be aware that Team Bright is taking a Roshan right now, and they ping out the area, but it would be suicide for them to approach here. Maybe they send FY to go and die. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger just yet, though. So it's kind of hard for him to make this move. Bro, where did this execution from Team Bright come from? Like, what is this?
I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. They're 0-5 at the moment. They've won one singular game versus IG and lost 10 so far. I mean, yeah, like, Chinese region just surprises me. Like, some teams, nothing has changed. It's still the same players, same guys, you know. Chinese region just low.
Lu, oh my god. You're not surprised me, Liz? How quickly Lu died. I did not think that the Lone Druid was that squishy. I knew it was squishy, but not like that.
Yeah, that's some next level squishiness, my dear Snare. When you're playing versus these boys and Crystal Maiden, oh, cut the wrong tree.
Oh boy.
Legion was hunting him, but cut the wrong tree. It didn't work. Yeah, like, do you see some comeback potential, maybe? That's a long no. The answer doesn't even matter, honestly, after that.
Okay, here's what needs to happen, right? Here's what needs to happen.
Yeah.
All right. So firstly, they need...
I'm listening. Please, tell me.
They need Glimmer BKB, Blink Dagger, Aghanim Scepter on the Crystal Maiden, right? They need these items. She needs to blink in, Glimmer herself, BKB, pop the ulti, and then as she's about to die, as she's like at 200 HP, they jump on top, they get off the RP, right, on all of those heroes, and then there's a Firefly on all 5 heroes at the same time, Breathe Fire on all 5 heroes at the same time, and then as soon as the RP ends, they have to hit all of them with the Savage Roar, and then all the Bright heroes also have to be not clicking any buttons while this happens, and then maybe AR can win a fight, maybe.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's possible that can happen. I've seen the $1 million plays back in the day when that was considered big. I can see that happening too.
It's rough though. This game is certainly not falling out of control, it's already out of control. Very much in favor of Team Bright. And the thing is, you pick Lone Druid, DK, this kind of draft to try and muscle through the game and end it quickly. You are not trying to tussle with the Faceless Void late game, and unfortunately the late game is coming much faster than anticipated.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this lineup seems to be so tanky, seems to be, like, if you have a good laning stage, you should be just rolling over everyone, but I think the big issue that they had from the beginning was Irvine on his... Are we calling him Irvine or Irving, by the way?
Let me see, Irving.
Irving, okay. So what they didn't expect is him getting that first blood, getting a Vanguard extremely early and just defending mid. Like, Phoenix, remember, he was level 5. He had to move away from the lane. He was in recovery mode for a really long time. And then he got that triple kill. All things said and considered, I still think that, yeah, we're trolling Azure a little bit, but I do think that there is a way for them to come back. It's possible. Not for CM, for now at least, but still possible.
Yeah, definitely not as complicated as I'm making it sound, but certainly very, very difficult. See him
FYI,
dead.
caught.
FY might also end up dead as well.
No,
Will
no,
at least
what
get
the hell?
denied by the neutrals.
Like,
okay.
How
All
the,
right.
how the hell is that to deny? Like, I refuse to believe it.
Agent Mud Golem, bro. That's what happened.
It's just insane. They should be able to steal the Tormentor, though. Faceless Void and Legion Commander.
What? So, dude, this Faceless Void hero is just so scary. Did you watch that Tundra game yesterday, the Tundra versus Liquid game?
Yep.
Honestly, watching that game made me remember how strong Faceless Void is in this patch. I was just like, holy smokes, this is crazy.
Yeah, just not
And Heat is getting to those levels.
Yeah, not a hero that's picked way too often, but when he is, mostly because it's banned, right? It's not that people don't want to pick it. It's just banned all the time. Now there's a Blink Dagger on Rubik as well, by the way. So Imitator has a Vessel. On top of that has a Blink. Oh, Phoenix, nice Manta dodge.
Very nice Manta dodge. Keeps him alive, away from Somnus. Before a fight breaks out, by the way, I was just very curious as to how well Void has been doing overall. Here in our region, obviously we haven't had that many picks. He's doing okay, 7 games, 57% win rate.
FY, bot lane.
FY, is he dead? Oh, he's super dead. Super dead. They might not want to commit the chrono for this one, but they should certainly find the kill. They get the duel out of it as well. Plus damage for Irving. Hey, plus 70. Good times. But do you want to quickly hear how high this hero's win rate is?
Tell me, how high is it?
23 games, 78% win rates across 23 games.
That's insane. What about Blue mid lane? His Bear uses Savage Roar, gets away. But yeah, 78 you said, right? That's way too much. Like for so many games. Because 23 games is a pretty big sample size. Chalice is continuing to farm, but Imitator is coming straight at him.
Does he have TP out? He's trying to get himself out. Whew. So it looks like this left-hand side here has been an immortality field for Azure Array because whenever a hero is here, they just don't die. The only reason we saw Tianming dying on the other side of the map because he wasn't here on the far west. Sadly though, we can't have anything done by Chalice to do anything to deal with the Tormentor. So it does get taken by the Radiant side as well.
Yeah. Phoenix, meanwhile, he's alone, and they have been smoked up. Oh, straight into the Bat's arms.
Beautiful
And the
catch
Savage Roar.
there. The global will be popped though to buy him space and time. Phoenix is going to be out for now. Has dissimulated
Let's go.
1 second. He can't get it off though. He will get brought down. Somnus, big plays to ensure the kill on the Void Spirit. Lu is credited with the kill and gets 1,000 gold for his efforts. Are you kidding me?
That's something. That pretty much brings him extremely close to the AC after that kill. So 12k advantage. It was 13k before that kill, more or less. They are TPing bottom though. They want to fight.
They find Somnus. They get him with the duel here. He didn't leave with the rest of his lineup. And he had the TP scroll to do so. I don't know why he stuck around here, but he ends up getting uber punished for it.
Yeah, but maybe he didn't expect them to have this cliff ward. Meanwhile, Imitator, he's trying to D-ward where Phoenix told him, but yeah, Phoenix wasn't right. The ward is just a tiny little bit to the left. But it's also expiring, so not a lot of value was lost.
Not going to be the biggest deal in the world.
Yeah, I'm just looking at all of these like heroes on Radiant. You have your Silencer with the Solar Crest mech getting really close to Greaves, Rubik with Vessel and Blink. On the other side, you have Bat. Like, he does have something, right? But it's a Bat, so it's expected. Boots of Bearing and Blink, maybe expected more from him. And Crystal Maiden with the Solar Crest, so even though they have died quite a few more times on Dire, they're still bringing utility.
Certainly still some aspects that you can see these heroes contributing to the game. Bottom lane, they didn't pick up the Wisdom Rune, and Lu actually wasn't that far away, so we will sacrifice it to Irving. This is not insignificant. Every single time I see this happen, where teams lose both their Tormentor and their Wisdom Rune, Have you actually seen a team win under those conditions where they lose the first Tormentor and the post 20-minute Wisdom Runes?
I mean, sometimes, but I feel like what you're saying is that the game is more snowbally than it used to be. Because
absolutely.
if you're winning, like, you have options now. You suddenly don't even have to get just kills or wait for Rosh. Getting Tormentor is 2.8k gold swing, right? Like, you're taking it away from them, you're getting it for yourself. Easy shard.
We're gonna be having looks like a smoke on smoke fight potentially, because they smoked up on Team Bright. However, they are primarily concerned with the area around Roshan. They're not gonna play aggressively into Azure Array, but Azure Array think Roshan is happening already, so they're gonna play aggressively into that area as they smoke up themselves.
And this is basically a good positioning now for Team Bright, because they know they need to be approached. Like, Azure has to come here.
The Spare will have its smoke popped. They jump in. They find Lu as he's going into the true form here. They don't want to make the full jump onto him. They instead go directly onto FY. Big dual kill.
Nice
But Chalice
RP.
finds a 3-hero RP. Do they have enough damage for this, though, is the question. And so far, it doesn't seem like they do. As they turn back onto Lu, forcing him away from the fight. 2-hero Chronosphere onto him and Tianming. Tianming already gone. Lu about to follow him. A double kill for the Faceless Void. Somnus can't go anywhere. Imitator with the stolen RP, holding the DK in position. And he's trying to at least make something happen here. But Chalice realizes that he's trying to make miracles. And miracles are not in any supply in this game. Chalice, the lone person left in this fight, he will get brought down. FY has already escaped, and Team Bright take yet another team fight victory.
Yeah, FY is the only one left remaining, and that didn't even look like a bad fight for Azure. The RP looked pretty damn good, right? Well, wrong. They just don't have the damage to take these guys down. They just aren't hitting hard enough. Even with the AC purchased on the Lone Druid Bear, it just isn't enough. FY, at least he's around, he remained. He's hoping that they forgot about him. Maybe he can go in and snatch something. There's Cheese, there's Aegis. If he could get both, he has 2 inventory slots available. Let's see. He's gonna be there on time.
Let's see what he's gonna do. Frame.
Perfect
Oh
timing.
my god, FY actually did it. Oh my god, he actually did it. What a god. Steals away the Aegis. Will die for this, but does delay the game for his team.
Yeah, how the hell does he manage to do it so
Every
well
time.
every time? Yeah, it's like, you can kind of guess the damage, more or less, but pitch perfect every time he jumps in. It's insane.
Sadly, it might not make a difference for the results of this game, as they still have to deal with this Cheese on heat. And as the lack of damage, burst-wise at the very least, like you outlined earlier, because they lack it, that means Cheese is still pretty much as good for them. Irving got skewered back deeper into the base, but as a lack of that damage, they can't do anything to him. They jump onto Tianming instead, killing him off from the Crystal Maiden. Global Silence was popped for this, so they want more. Lu now forced to run himself away as they brought down the Silencer. Chalice jumped in, found 2 heroes with the RP, but where's the follow-up? They at least get Imitator down. Heat forced to jump away. Lu finally able to get in the damage. They're wanting to bring down Heat. He has no
Chrono.
Aegis. He finds another 4-hero Chrono this game. Turns onto Chalice, kills him off. Lu's gonna be next on the chopping block, running away from the Faceless Void and the Void Spirit, barely surviving by the skin of his teeth. Tianming with the freezing field, able to at least mop up Irving. But Team Bright came so close to losing Faceless Void, and then 1 second later, so close to winning the entire damn game.
Yeah, I think that Team Bright, they pushed it a little bit too far with this time around. Like, yeah, you have the Cheese, but you don't have the Aegis. You're pushing in onto the high ground versus so many dispositional tools like dislocating. You have Batrider that can lasso you away. You have Magnus, obviously, with the skewer. Somnus just hitting you from distance in that Black Dragon form. It's not easy to push that way, especially because the fountain is there. They have all the buybacks too. They still do manage to get a couple of nice kills, but they should be happy with what they've got. They could have been punished even harder.
Absolutely. Well, this game, no one can accuse 2 or 3 of Chinese Dota of being boring, that's for sure. Very entertaining set of games that we've had so far.
Yeah, nice little butterfly picked up on Faceless Void. There are no MKBs, I believe.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. I don't think so. There's one queued up by Lu. For now, he has Sacred Relic. He wants to get that Nullifier first.
Do you think Nullifier is the option here over and above MKB?
I mean, he already has the Relic, right? So I'm guessing at this point, just get it. You get 900 gold, you buy that, and then afterwards you can start farming up the MKB. And that's what he does. If he didn't have the Relic, if he didn't buy it, if he went straight for the MKB, I think that would be better in general.
Okay.
But
Gonna smoke up now.
Scanning.
They are 18k gold behind. About 8 levels / 10k experience behind as well. We need
Still-
something big to happen here.
yeah, and I think they still can do it if they manage to get a good pick off on the Faceless Void. It's so hard though. Lincoln's LC behind him.
Speaking of LC, she's the one that's in first onto the Bat Rider, killing him off. There's no buyback either for him. Lu dragged back in by Imitator. Nullifier will be there on top of him. Somnus in the meantime jumped onto Undyne, but there's the Faceless Void Chronosphere catching the 2 cores on the back end. His team will be enabled to clean up the Crystal Maiden while he kills off the Magnus and now solos Lu. Heat is just way too damn strong. He puts his attention towards Somnus right now, and as Somnus dies without buyback, the gem drops onto the deck, and Mag is the only one defending. I think you're right, Lizard. We're looking down the barrel of game, and we're looking down Team Bright, ruining the chances potentially of Azure Array going to the major with a scintillating performance here in Game 2 as well.
Yeah, and they're going straight for the juggler, straight for the throne. Like, they don't want to mess around. This is crazy. Batrider
Oh my
is
God.
up, but they don't have any buybacks whatsoever. I believe they're strong enough. 27k ahead. These heroes don't really care about the defense that Azure Ray can.
Game's over.
Yeah, game looks very over.
Wow.
I'm shocked.
Wow. Chalice about to be the last one to die in this game, potentially. They still get one more duel onto FY. Irving wants more damage. Give him the plus 210. And the GG call will emerge. Azure Array throw in the towel. And Team Bright secure their first series victory here in the DPC. It couldn't come much more needed because this, at least for now, Lizard, keeps them in the division. What a time to be alive for a Team Bright fan right now.
What the hell just happened? I can't believe it. Like 2 games, 2-0ing Azure Ray, like a team that most of us were favoriting, even versus, I don't know, the likes of PSG LGD, because of the way they played, because of the, like, this clarity that they had in their movements on the map. The drafts were amazing, and they just get slapped by the lowest team in the division. 2-0.
Yeah, and they got beat clean as well. It wasn't like one of these situations where you say, well, Team Bright were playing mediocre, but Azure Array made a lot of mistakes. No, Team Bright leveled up. To be fair, maybe not the best form we've seen from Azure Array thus far, but overall, Team Bright still had to be good enough to exploit the openings in the armor, and they definitely were able to do so. Incredible game from them.
Yeah, what's the craziest for me in game 1 even, like in game 1, they were losing all 3 lanes, and they came back, and they won. Game 2, the lanes went well, they went much better, and the game looked much easier as well afterwards.
Shout out to
just
Heat as
insane.
well for having a crazy performance across both games. Like, nuts morphling, incredible Faceless Void. Phoenix also did a really good job through the mid lane, but I think I even forgot about that list. Now that you're mentioning it, I forgot how badly they lost the lanes, right? Because they lost all 3 lanes in terms of CS. They got first blooded on one of the side lanes. They got solo killed middle on Phoenix versus Somnus with nobody else around, and they still won that game. That doesn't make sense to me. How is that possible?
Yeah, and this second game, Somnus owned Phoenix once again, 1-on-1. Phoenix was level 5 when Somnus was level 6.5. And Then Phoenix came back with that bottom dive. If you remember, he gets a triple kill, comes back into the game. From that moment onwards, they were just way too difficult to deal with. Like Heat 15-1-14, Phoenix 15-1-21. Which one gets the MVP?
Listen. Phoenix did a really good job, right? Recovered, like you said, from a horrible mid lane, had some really clutch jumps, some great escapes from attempts on his life. But did he land more than 1, 3, 4 hero chronos in one game? No, he did not. So we're giving it to Heat.
His Void Spirit, silly. He's not Faceless Void. He cannot land chronos.
We are giving it to Heat, sir. He will learn Chronospheres when he gets better at the game of Dota. When he becomes like Heat here and he can learn how to do these bubbles. Great performance from Faceless Void, from a hero we don't see nearly enough of. Both of us, bro, remember we started this day talking about this guy and being like, oh, he gets banned every time. Why don't we see him in more games? And here's a very good showcase of why we should see him in more games. Because if somebody like Heat, who, like you say, bottom of the division, up until this point, the worst team in China, if they can make Void look this good, clearly the hero must actually be pretty cracked right now.
Yeah, but for me, they don't look like the worst team any longer. They looked far from it after this game. I'm not sure what they did, how they leveled up, what water they've been drinking, but this is looking incredible from them. Amazing like adjustment to the drafts, amazing adjustment to the gameplay, everything, like just improved performance overall.
Yep. And because they managed to beat Azure Ray, their final matchup is going to be up against Aster Ares, who are already relegated. They have very little to play for at this point. So we have a very interesting last couple of days coming out here in the Chinese region, thanks, of course, to Team Bright. Also, I don't know why we're surprised by this, Lizard. This happens every season. Yeah. There's always this one series that we can't see coming that not only changes the fate of this one team, but messes up the entire leaderboard. So we should have expected that this would be the series to do that.
Yeah, this time around, it's Team Bright versus Azure Ray. The last season, it was versus IG. No, IG versus PSG LGD, right?
LGD, yeah.
Yeah, IG won versus LGD when no one expected it, and they got themselves a major invite. So yeah, for Team Bright, no such luck. They can't get to the major. At the same time, they are, I'm sure, more than happy to have this opportunity to fight and stay in Division 1.
Yep. At the time being, Team Bright, although they are occupying 7th place, the entire division is not over just yet. So their last matchup against Aster Ares could give them the new lease on life they require to challenge Piggy Killer and stay in the division. Of course, Azure Ray, with this loss, they've now dropped out of the upper half of the leaderboard and they are sitting on 3-3. If they'd gotten that 4th win, they would have been very, very close to confirming a major slot, since IG and Extreme have to play against each other. But now, this entire division is much more interesting than it would have been otherwise. Of course, we did see earlier on today that because of the quality they have on their shoulders, Piggy Killer was able to dispatch Aster Ares, and these results do promote IG and Extreme Gaming higher up the leaderboard as well. So this is actually really fun. Because IG and Extreme play, that means one of them will end up 4-3, the other one will be tied with Azure Ray 3-3. So you know what this means, Lizard? This win means tiebreakers! Woo! Almost guaranteed at this point.
Look, it can be like 14 tiebreaker at this point. Like if Piggy Killer win, there can be like a lot of teams with 3 wins and 4 losses. Like, yeah, it can be quite insane. It can be one of those situations like the last season when teams are fighting both to stay in division and go to the major. I think that happened in Europe. Like 4 teams were fighting to stay in Division 1 or go to the major. It was insane.
Yeah. Those are the kind of ties that we like. We want the division to be as competitive as humanly possible. And honestly, this win, although on the one side, you did mention earlier that one of the bright spots we've seen from Azure Ray is the fact that we've improved the quality of scrims overall in China, and that's led to overall better Dota. And one might be tempted to say we want them to go as far as possible to continue that trend, but want everybody to be a part of that action. So shout out to Team Bright. And for the first time this season, we get a chance to hear from Team Bright directly as we have Heat joining us for a quick interview. Good sir, congratulations on your victory, a very big victory. So firstly, I'm very curious, did you guys have a team talk about how important this game was and how losing was not really an option? How did you prepare coming into a matchup with this high of a stakes for your team?
首先恭喜你们大家这场比赛的胜利。然后想问一下，赛前的话有没有讨论过这场比赛的重要性？因为输了的话，可能后面就没有什么机会了，所以是不是对这场比赛特别重视？
可能前面输多了吧，所以打这场比赛也没什么压力，就放开了打，就打出正常该有的水平吧。
Yeah, maybe we lost too many games before, so we didn't really do anything special coming up for this one. We just hope we play like what we're supposed to play.
Okay. Something else I'm curious about as well. I'm not a fan of Morphling as a carry hero right now. So tell me, what do you think is very good about the Morphling at the moment? And then another question about carry heroes. Why aren't people picking Faceless for it, given how good the hero can seem right now?
那想问一下，就是水人这个点的话，可能最近选的也不是很多，大家觉得也不是很强势。那问一下，为什么你们能拿出来，而且能赢？然后再问一下虚空假面这个英雄，感觉别的赛区都有选，为什么今天或者最近的话，感觉大家都不怎么在国内不怎么用？
水人是因为我一直很喜欢玩，然后这版本水人线上太弱了，对于其他英雄来讲，然后主要我就对这个英雄比较自信吧，然后就让选了。啊，虚空假面我也一直挺想用的，好吧，就选出来经常线上会被打爆，所以可能国内觉得这个英雄线上太弱吧，因为这版本3号位太厉害了。
Personally, I'm a Morphling lover, enjoyer, and I just feel like the hero has some laning issues. It's too weak in the laning stage, and that's why probably many teams doesn't want to pick him because you cannot win the laning stage. In this patch, position 3 are so strong. Those heroes are so strong in laning phase. Same problem happens with Faceless Void as well. I like play Faceless Void in pubs, and I love the hero, but it's just has a weak laning stage.
Okay, definitely makes sense. Right now, of course, you've managed to get yourself your first win in the upper division, not just as Team Bright, but for you personally. Talk to me about this, right? The journey from yourself, you're a relatively new player. Since CDEC up until now, right? You've been trying to get into Div 1. You've come close so many times. Now that you're here, what's the competition been like relative to Div 2? And secondly, how does it feel to finally have a win up in this upper division at this moment?
那之前的话也是一直在 CDEC 不断的想去冲击这个1级联赛嘛 ，S 级联赛，然后一直也是差一步就差一口气。然后想问一下，你作为个人选手的话，现在终于也是来到了 S 级的联赛，然后今天的话也拿到了这个联赛的首胜。想问一下，你现在是一个什么样的想法？
就挺开心的呀。其实就正常来说，今天算是打出了水平吧。之前可能是线下赛的原因，好吧，没发挥好，就打得有点晕，就还好，跟高手对决挺有意思。
I feel quite happy getting the first victory. I feel like today we finally bring our potential, bring our play. The previous matches, I think maybe there's something to do with the offlane environment. We didn't really perform our best. We kind of feeling a little bit dizzy on the stage as well. So I'm quite happy. But you know, it's always interesting playing with stronger players and strong teams.
Okay, makes sense. Brother Liz, what you got?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. So congrats on the win. It looks interesting for you to play with other better players. Tell me, how did you prepare for Azure? Like you told me that you just wanted to play your game, but you must have prepared something for the draft, right? Like they felt like they didn't feel like themselves at all.
那想问一下，就是具体跟 AR 打的话，赛前做了些什么准备吧？当然你也提到了，就是打出自己的就行了。就我相信你们 BP 上肯定是有一些针对的，因为看起来今天 AR 的比赛跟他们之前打的就是差距很大。
选什么我就完事儿了，就把涛哥关注。
So our key is to pick silencer, so we can maybe suffer from his game. That's everything. That's every trick we have. That's all the trick.
Okay, I see. So your game plan was to tilt a certain player. Okay, sure. And yeah, congrats on that. You definitely made it work. What do you think your chances are to stay in division now after this last win? Because you pretty much brought hope to all of us. You got a lot of fans with this victory.
那其实之后的话，有没有考虑过自己保级的这个机会呢？因为今天比赛赢了之后，可能后面还有加赛这样的吧？你们自己有想过这方面的事情吗？
今天赢了的话，后面就会想一想吧，因为后面两个队差不多的，就感觉想赢挺好赢的。
Yeah, so it's after the victory today, we can actually start to imagine a picture for the next two games, and I feel like we are on the quite the same level, so there is definitely chances for us to stay in Division 1.
Yeah, okay, thank you. As long as you tilt their mid laner as well, it's going to work out well for you. That's it from me, Snare.
One more question I have to ask you. Of course, you sadly will not be able to go to the major with the point tally that you have right now. Throughout the year, as somebody who's not participating in the majors, who's just witnessing the Chinese region, who's playing in it as well, what do you think it is that is holding China back from displaying the same degree of dominance we used to see in terms of how they play the game? I know there's been a lot of big retirements, a lot of changing of the guard, but what is it about how China approaches Dota in 2023 that is making them weaker than other regions in 2023?
那想问一下你，虽然现在可能这赛季去 Major 是没机会了嘛，但是的话，我相信你一定也会看 Major，包括国际上的各个赛事啊。就是问一下 Hit，你觉得为什么就是今年的话，感觉中国战队整体的水平跟往年相比没有那么强势了？就是不考虑选手的这个更替啊，或者说退休这个，然后再回来打这方面的，就是从这个游戏方面的角度来看，你觉得是为什么？
我觉得可能跟国服的全跑去东南亚打也有点关系吧，因为感觉东南亚打多了就不爱说话，不怎么交流，而且反正就自己打自己的，也就全是个人节奏嘛，就那种感觉。感觉国服之前打的挺舒服的，好吧，我在东南亚打的就很难受。
Yeah, I feel like it's something related with the pubs as well. Right now, all the pro players go play on Southeast Asia server. The communication is gonna be an issue, so I personally don't talk that much in those pubs, and I feel like a sense of lacking communication. I mainly just focus on my own game. If I'm playing on the Southeast Asia server, I feel like it's more about individual play rather than teamwork. I quite miss the days when Chinese pubs are more popular, but it's what it is.
It is what it is indeed, but we are in a year of transition. And of course, you do represent the next vanguard of the next wave of good Chinese players. So thank you so much for your time today, and good luck and have fun for your next series here in the division.
谢谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们后面的比赛有好的运气。
好的。
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is, of course, our boy Heat, aka once a former carry player for CDEC, current carry player for Team Bright, and having gotten his first win in the upper division of the DPC. You know, I honestly love talking to guys like this who are on the come up, right? It's great talking to your old guards, your FYs, your paparazzis, your somnuses, but someone who still has very clearly a lot to prove and willing to show that the entire rumor of there's nobody willing to prove anything, no one willing to grind in China, a little bit overblown, right? You still do have these young players who want to get something out of Dota 2 from the Chinese region.
Yeah, I think for sure there's a lot of them, and they might be playing in SCA when it comes to the pubs, but yeah, there's still all across the world, in every region, there's just a lot of young talent coming back into the game and really wanting to prove themselves, which is a really nice thing to see.
Well, with that though, as the young talents have proven themselves on the side of Team Bright, us old heads in the form of Snare Lizard, the Church of Doom, are going to have to bid you adieu for this day of Dota. It's been an incredible day. However, this third week is not anywhere close to done. As for the next day of Dota on Saturday, we have another triple header to bring you. As the Ares versus Team Bright, a big series, because if Team Bright wins that one, they could potentially force tiebreakers to remain in the division. So they certainly do not want to go down. And we just heard right now from Heat that he feels they're at least of equivalent strength to Aster Aries. So that series should be very fun to watch. The second one is also a big one. Team Aster versus IG. IG 3-2 right now. If they can make this upset, Liz, if they can do it, if they can deliver that first proper loss, mathematically, that would guarantee them a major slot. I don't think it's going to happen, but it would happen if they could get that W.
You know what? I didn't think that Team Bright can win versus Azure Ray, and it happened. I don't know why it wouldn't happen for IG as well. Emo, you know, when he's pushed against the wall, when he's 0-2 in a best of 5, like he brings some beautiful new way of playing Dota. So maybe he's gonna do it versus Aster as well.
Certainly could envision that happening. Of course, IG did bring down the juggernauts of LGD last season, so it would be quite poetic if they did that again to Team Aster this time around. And of course, speaking of LGD, there'll be an action up against the side of Team Extreme Gaming. And Extreme Gaming, it's been a very intriguing matchup between them and LGD. Extreme Gaming was formed almost with the express purpose of being better than LGD. But so far, LGD does have the overall advantage, but they only have 2 series advantage over Extreme Gaming. When it comes to DPC and regional finals, they're pretty much 50-50 at this point. So that series is going to be very intriguing to watch, because not only is it going to be a grudge match between those squads, but if Extreme Gaming wins, that guarantees them their placement within the Bali Major. So a lot to play for, a lot to witness on Saturday. So you certainly at home do not want to miss a single second of that action. Unfortunately, today's action is done, so we have to say goodbye from myself, Snare and Lizard, the Church of Doom. We had our production crew with PGL behind us, Marshall helping us out on the production, and then of course the in-game observing being done by our boy Weppy today. We say bye, we say peace out. We remind you though, what do we remind them to do, Lizard? What do I always tell people to do?
What do you tell them? Don't watch anime. That's what he tells you. Every single time.
The most important one, yeah. If any of you forgotten, it's to hydrate, to remember to love Dota, and to remember to look yourself in the eye in the mirror and remind yourself that you are worth loving. You are worth loving the people around you. The people who love you are gaining something for their affections. And of course, we want you to share that affection of yourself and of Dota with us on Saturday when we round out the 3rd and final week of this DPC tour. Until then, peace out. Bye. We'll see ya. Play Dota, love yourself, watch more anime.